Prosperity Codes Revealed. O seeker on your journey, welcome to a sacred space where the veils obscuring the truth about wealth and prosperity are about to be lifted. This book is not merely pages filled with words, but a gateway guiding you into a new dimension of awareness. Here, abundance is not the destination of an exhausting chase, but a symphony resonating from the very core of existence, a frequency you can learn to attune to. Imagine prosperity as a cosmic river flowing endlessly and generously. Yet perhaps since your earliest days you were programmed to believe that this river is finite, that you must struggle and fight for every drop. These illusions of scarcity, these shadows of lack, have clouded your perception, making you forget that abundance is your sacred inheritance, your birthright graciously bestowed upon each of us by the universe. It is time to break free from the shackles of these limiting beliefs. The message this book brings is not a formula for arduous wealth creation, but an art of being, of harmonizing, of fine-tuning your inner frequency to resonate with the rhythm of prosperity. Your relationship with money and affluence is not earned through sweat and tears, but allowed with an open heart and a clear mind. It doesn't demand you do more, but rather become more attuned to the natural state of abundance that permeates every moment of life. Your consciousness liken it to a precious vessel. When this vessel is filled with fear, doubt, and negative beliefs about money, these invisible blockages, it cannot hold the ever-present flow of affluence around you. But as you embark on a journey of purification, clearing out the old patterns sown through generations, this vessel will become clear, ready to fully receive the wealth the universe bestows. For the universe operates on precise and reliable spiritual laws, much like the law of attraction that governs all things. When you understand and live in accordance with these laws, prosperity will naturally find its way to you gently and effortlessly, without force or struggle. This is not a random miracle, but the result of your readiness to step into your inner power to become a conscious creator of abundance. The energy of wealth envelops you right here, right now. It vibrates in every cell, in every breath. The sacred teachings revealed in this book have not come to you by chance, but because you are ready to awaken, ready to transform, and ready to receive the abundance that has always been a part of you. Open your heart, fellow traveler, and together we shall explore the path to a life where wealth is the frequency you choose and prosperity is the harmony you create from within. Part 1: Awakening Your Wealth. Vibration, tuning into the energy of abundance. Chapter 1: The Undercurrent of Prosperity. Listening to the voice of money's energy. In the quiet of a late afternoon, as honey-gold sunlight streamed through the window, Sarah sat silently in her worn armchair. Bills lay scattered across the oak coffee table before her like mute reminders of an invisible burden. She was a talented artist, her heart brimming with melodies and colors, yet her mind was often haunted by the struggle to make ends meet. To Sarah, money seemed like a finite entity, a precious resource she had to wrestle to hold on to each dollar spent, feeling like a piece of her life force departing. The fear of scarcity was a gloomy cloud obscuring the light of her creative joy. One day, her old reliable car, her faithful companion on countless inspiration-seeking journeys, suddenly broke down. The repair cost loomed like a monstrous figure, threatening to devour the meager savings she had painstakingly accumulated. Panic welled up, tightening its grip on her chest. She looked at the dollars in her wallet, feeling as if they were mocking her helplessness. It was then, in that moment of desperation, that something strange happened. Passing a small cafe on her way to the auto repair shop, she saw a street musician playing the violin with all his passion, though the hat in front of him was nearly empty. A sudden urge, stronger than her own fear, made Sarah stop. She opened her wallet, took out a bill she had intended to keep safe, and gently placed it in the hat. It wasn't a large sum, but in her circumstances, it was a sacrifice. As she did so, an unusual sense of peace spread through her, a fleeting yet profound sense of relief. Miraculously, upon reaching the workshop, the mechanic, after inspecting her car, announced that the problem wasn't as severe as she'd feared. The repair cost was only half of what she had initially anticipated. That evening, an unexpected email arrived from an art gallery to which she had submitted her work long ago. They wanted to purchase one of her paintings. This was no mere coincidence. Sarah began to sense something deeper, an invisible current she had never recognized before. Could it be, she wondered, that money wasn't just paper or numbers, but something more fluid, an energy that responded to the vibrations of the soul? The story of Benjamin, a successful entrepreneur in another city, carries a different shade, but echoes the same message. Benjamin had built his empire from scratch. He possessed all that society deemed symbols of success: a large house, luxury cars, and an enviable bank account. Yet deep inside, Benjamin felt an unfillable void. He viewed money as a tool for control, a fortress to shield himself from life's uncertainties. He worked relentlessly, constantly fearing that what he had would vanish. The tighter he held on, the more insecure he felt. Benjamin's turning point came during a talk on life philosophy, which he had reluctantly attended at a friend's invitation. The speaker discussed the breadth of the universe, the law of giving and receiving, and viewing money as a river that always needs to flow. Initially, Benjamin was skeptical. How could such seemingly vague words apply to his cutthroat business world? But then a major crisis struck. One of his key investment projects ran into serious trouble, pushing his company to the brink. In his desperation, the speaker's words echoed in his mind. "Let it flow," he remembered, with a courage that surprised even himself. Benjamin decided to try a different approach. Instead of ruthlessly cutting costs or blaming his staff, he gathered his team, shared the situation candidly, and called for unity. He decided to invest in training courses to boost employee morale and skills despite the tight budget. He began dedicating a small portion of profits to local community activities, something he had previously considered frivolous. He started to bless every expenditure, large or small, viewing it as a contribution to the universal flow, a seed sown in the soil of prosperity. The results weren't immediate, but slowly a miraculous change unfolded. Employee morale improved, Xianzhu leaked, creative ideas began to flourish. Customers sensed a new energy, a greater sincerity and dedication from his company. Gradually, his business not only recovered, but thrived more vigorously than before in ways Benjamin had never imagined. More importantly, he found a sense of peace and fulfillment that money alone could never provide. He realized that true wealth wasn't about accumulation, but about aligning with the flow of life. The experiences of Sarah and Benjamin are not rare miracles, but testaments to a profound universal law. Money is energy, not a static possession. Like the breath that nourishes the body, or the river that enriches the land with fertile silt, money is also a continuous flow of energy. When we perceive it as finite coins or bills to be hoarded, we inadvertently create dams stifling its natural current and trapping ourselves in a mentality of fear and loss. Our consciousness is the conductor of this financial flow. Your attitude, beliefs, and perception of money directly determine how it enters and leaves your life. Fear and a hoarding mentality will block the flow, much like with Abigail in her initial story, which we will explore more deeply. Conversely, a mindset of trust, appreciation, gratitude, and a willingness to give meaningfully will clear the way and attract prosperity. External financial change always stems from an internal transformation within your own perspective and energy. Giving and receiving are two sides of the same energetic current. Money, like love or kindness, moves in a sacred cycle. Spending or giving away doesn't necessarily mean loss. It's an essential part of the energy circulation. When you trust this flow, when you give with an open heart and a serene soul, what flows out will find its way to flow back, often in unexpected ways, and multiplied. Every transaction, no matter how small, is an opportunity to participate in the dance of abundance, not a battle of gain and loss. True wealth is harmony with the flow, not accumulation. True wealth isn't measured by what you possess, but by how attuned you are to its flowing nature. Those who understand this no longer have to arduously and exhaustingly chase wealth. Instead, they merge with its natural current. When you pursue money from a place of lack, you will always feel lacking. But when you abide in the understanding of this flow, you will feel abundance from within, and external prosperity will naturally come to you as an inevitable consequence. When you begin to bless each transaction, as Abigail did to change the energy of her shop and attract customers, you are imbuing every dollar, every exchange with positive meaning and energy of trust and gratitude. This will amplify the flow of prosperity in your life. To truly feel the soul of money, to experience it not as something solid and limited, but as pure energy, a concentrated form of universal abundance, a flowing force of life itself, we need to practice mindfulness. By shifting our perception at an experiential level, we can transform our relationship with money from one of fear and attachment to one of trust and harmony. Practical exercise. Listening to the whisper of a coin. Find a quiet space. Choose a place where you can sit comfortably undisturbed for a few minutes. Prepare a coin. Any coin will do. Close your eyes and hold the coin. Hold the coin in the palm of your hand. Gently close your eyes. Feel. Focus on the sensation of the coin in your hand. Is it heavy or light? Is its surface smooth or detailed with reliefs? Is it warm or cool? Spend a few moments just feeling its physical characteristics. Contemplate its journey. Imagine the journey this coin might have taken. What metal was it minted from? How many hands has it passed through? What was it used to buy? A loaf of bread, a gift, a bus ticket. Feel the stories, the exchanges, the hopes and needs it has been a part of. Sense the energy. Now try to look beyond its physical form. Imagine this coin not just as a piece of metal, but as a symbol of energy. Feel it as a small focal point of a much larger energy current, the energy of exchange, of connection, of life. Feel it like a drop of water in an infinite river of prosperity. Gratitude. Feel gratitude for this coin, not for its monetary value, but because it represents the flow of abundance. Be grateful that it is part of a system that allows us to exchange value and meet each other's needs. Connect with the flow. Feel that you, like this coin, are part of the universal energy flow. Breathe deeply and feel that connection. When you open your eyes, look at the coin with a new perspective. It is no longer an inanimate object, but a reminder of the energetic nature of money and your deep connection to the endless flow of prosperity. This chapter invites you to begin a new journey, one of discovering your true relationship with money, not as something to chase or fear, but as a companion, a sacred energy current with which you can learn to harmonize and dance. Chapter 2. The Resonance of the Soul. How your inner state shapes your financial reality. Rebecca loved her small bakery with all her heart. The morning aroma of flour, cinnamon, and rising yeast was a symphony that awakened her passion. Yet this joy was often overshadowed by anxiety. As she looked at empty chairs or unpaid bills, she worked diligently, pouring her heart into every pastry, but money seemed to trickle in hesitantly, often making her feel like a victim of unfortunate circumstances or a tough market. Her energy was heavy with a persistent sense of not enough. Tensions peaked when her landlord announced a rent increase. Her dream of the bakery seemed on the verge of shattering. During those discouraging days, Rebecca chanced upon a community talk. The speaker didn't discuss business strategies or marketing techniques, but something deceptively simple: gratitude. Gratitude, she said, is an energy magnet capable of shifting your vibrational frequency from lack to abundance. Rebecca listened skeptical, yet a little curious. She felt she had nothing left to lose. The next morning, before opening her shop, she decided to try it. Instead of drowning in anxious thoughts, she looked around her small space. She silently thanked the warmth emanating from her old but still functional oven. She thanked the aroma of the freshly baked bread, a scent she had adored since childhood. She thanked the few regular customers who visited daily. She even smiled and blessed the loose change in her till, thanking it for its presence. It was a small shift, a silent ritual, but something inside Rebecca began to move. She felt lighter. A fragile hope started to bloom. The miracle didn't happen instantly, but slowly subtle changes began to appear. A local food blogger passing by chance was drawn into the bakery by an indescribably pleasant feeling, as she later wrote. Her enthusiastic review brought in new customers. Ideas for new pastry recipes came to Rebecca effortlessly. Money and opportunities began to flow into her life, not because she desperately pursued them, but because, as she later realized, she had attuned herself to the natural frequency of affluence. She had changed the resonance of her soul. Conversely, the story of Nathan, a talented architect in another city, paints a different picture. Nathan possessed a sharp intellect and outstanding creativity, yet his career was always fraught with difficulties. Projects were scarce, payments were often delayed, and debt was an unwelcome companion. Nathan's mind was an endless loop of thoughts about scarcity. Not enough work. Clients are so difficult. I'll never get out of this debt. He didn't realize that these very negative thoughts and emotions were emitting an energy frequency that repelled good opportunities. A promising project suddenly fell through at the last minute. His car needed urgent repairs he couldn't afford. Nathan felt as if the entire universe was against him. He frequently complained about the economy, about unfair clients, and felt trapped in an inescapable vortex. Then one day he happened to meet Rebecca again at an event. She radiated a peace and confidence that he secretly envied. When asked, Rebecca simply smiled and briefly shared her practice of daily gratitude. Nathan initially dismissed it, thinking, easy for her to say her bakery is thriving. But the image of Rebecca's serenity kept replaying in his mind. A short time later, while reading an old book on Eastern philosophy, Nathan came across a sentence, "As you are, so is your world." A spark ignited in his mind. Could it be that his relentless focus on the negative was holding him back? He began a small, clumsy experiment. Every time a negative thought about money surfaced, he tried to stop it and find even one small thing to be grateful for in that moment. The roof over his head, his design skills, a hot cup of coffee. The change wasn't an overnight miracle, but the invisible weight on his shoulders seemed to lessen. He discovered an error in a bill that saved him some money. An old contact unexpectedly called to offer him a small consulting project. These were small shifts, but enough for Nathan to begin believing that perhaps, just perhaps, the signals he was emitting had started to change, and the universe was slowly responding. He was standing on the threshold of a deeper transformation. The experiences of Rebecca and Nathan illuminate a truth. The difference between those who easily attract prosperity and those who struggle lies not primarily in external circumstances or luck, but in their inner state and the energy they radiate. To change your financial results, you must first change your inner world, your thoughts, emotions, and energetic vibrations. The universe communicates through vibrational frequencies. Imagine yourself as a sophisticated energy broadcasting station. When you are immersed in thoughts of lack, worry, envy, or fear, you are emitting signals at the frequency of scarcity. And according to the universe's law of attraction, like attracts like, you will inadvertently attract more situations and people that reflect that scarcity. The frequency you emit becomes the reality you experience. The outer physical world is a mirror reflecting your inner world. To change the reflection in the mirror, you must first change yourself. Gratitude is the golden key to energy transformation. Gratitude, even for the smallest things in life, possesses an extraordinary power to elevate your vibrational frequency from fear and lack to trust and abundance. It's like a cool stream of water washing away energy blockages, opening the channels through which affluence can flow. When Rebecca began practicing gratitude, she didn't just change her emotions, she subtly altered the energy field around her, naturally attracting positive things. Prosperity comes from harmony, not pursuit. Money and opportunities began to flow into Rebecca's life, not because she pursued it, but because she had attuned herself to its natural frequency. When you try to chase wealth from a mindset of lack, you are emitting a signal of lack, and that chase will never end. Instead, focus on tuning your own energy to resonate with the abundance already present in the universe. When you harmonize with the frequency of prosperity, it will find its way to you gently and naturally. Inner energy creates outer reality. Negative thoughts, chronic worries about debt and loss, like those Nathan experienced, act as invisible barriers repelling affluence. Conversely, when your energetic vibration shifts towards positivity, when you cultivate feelings of joy, trust, and gratitude, your outer reality must also change accordingly to reflect that inner transformation. We have the power to actively change our vibrational frequency through conscious mental and energetic practices, thereby creating the financial reality we desire. Practical exercise: awakening your prosperity vibration. This is an ancient method adapted to help you tune your energy, transforming heavy feelings related to money into a pure consciousness of abundance. Preparation: sit comfortably in a quiet place where you will not be disturbed. You can hold a bill or a coin in your hand, or simply visualize money in your mind. Close your eyes and breathe deeply. Gently close your eyes. Inhale deeply, feeling the air fill your chest, and exhale slowly, releasing all tension. Repeat a few times. Shift your perception. Direct your attention to money, whether physical or imagined. Instead of seeing it merely as paper or metal, try to sense its energetic essence. Imagine it vibrating gently. Visualize golden light. Imagine a warm, radiant stream of golden light flowing from your heart. Allow this light to envelop the money or the image of money in your mind. See this light purifying any heavy, anxious, or fearful energies that might be clinging to your concept of money. Witness these negative energies dissolve, leaving behind a pure, radiant, and potential-filled energy. Recite affirmations. With all your belief and emotion, silently or aloud, recite the following affirmations or create your own. I am attuned to the frequency of abundance and prosperity. Money is benevolent energy, and it flows to me easily, joyfully, and abundantly. I am grateful for the affluence that is present and arriving in my life. Every day I become more open to receiving the endless flow of wealth. Feel the shift. Spend a few moments sensing the change in your body and mind. Feel the shift from any feelings of heaviness or anxiety to a consciousness of lightness, peace, and pure abundance. Practice this exercise regularly, and you will gradually raise your vibrational frequency related to money, expanding your capacity to attract and receive prosperity into your life. This chapter is an invitation to recognize that you hold infinite power to adjust your own energy frequency. By consciously transforming your thoughts and emotions from lack and fear to gratitude, trust, and abundance, you will remove internal barriers and clear the path for the natural flow of affluence into your life. The greatest changes always begin with quiet transformations within Chapter 3. The Source Within, Unlocking Prosperity Consciousness. Since time immemorial, enlightened beings have taught an immutable truth. The garden of material wealth can only sprout and blossom when its seeds are sown and nurtured in the fertile soil of the mind. First, you must become rich in your mind. A sage once said, Wealth in its deepest essence is not a distant destination you tirelessly pursue, but a state of being, a vibration of peace, abundance, and trust that originates from within your own heart. Do not wait for external circumstances to change before allowing yourself to feel wealthy. The true journey begins when you proactively cultivate the feeling and consciousness of abundance from within, right from this very moment. Eleanor was a gifted painter, her canvases seemingly holding entire universes of light and emotion. Yet her studio, the birthplace of artistic wonders, was often shrouded in the darkness of unpaid bills and constant worry. Deep down, Eleanor believed that true artists had to accept a modest, even struggling life, and that thinking about money would tarnish the purity of art. The chamber of her thoughts was adorned with these limiting beliefs, and each unsold painting seemed to further solidify the truth she had painted for herself. When an eviction notice for her studio rent appeared threatening to take away her creative sanctuary, Eleanor felt desperate. The thought of abandoning her passion for a more practical job nearly suffocated her. It was during these dark days that she chanced upon an old lecture by a little-known philosopher. One sentence illuminated her mind. You must first become rich in your mind. Like a bolt of lightning, that statement awakened a silent rebellion within Eleanor, a resistance against the old beliefs that had imprisoned her for so long. She began a new ritual. Each morning, instead of succumbing to anxiety, she would sit before her easel, close her eyes, and deeply feel the infinite value of the talent the universe had bestowed upon her. She visualized her works being cherished in elegant spaces, bringing joy and inspiration to many, and being received with deserving value. She affirmed to herself, I am a prosperous artist. My art blesses the world, and the world blesses me back with abundance. A subtle shift began to occur. Eleanor's demeanor became more confident. Her voice, when introducing her work, carried a new resonance full of inner strength and certainty. During a chance coffee meeting, she struck up a conversation with a gallery owner. The owner was captivated not only by the photographs of her artwork, but also by the peaceful, confident energy radiating from Eleanor. Before long, a solo exhibition was organized, and commissions started to arrive. The universe, Eleanor later reflected, seemed to rearrange everything to reflect my new inner vision. Her life had become a direct mirror of what was happening in her mind and consciousness. The story of Samuel, a small bookstore owner in a quiet town, offers another perspective on the power of acting as if and expanding one's consciousness to receive. Samuel was cautious and somewhat skeptical. For years, he was accustomed to making just enough to get by, and his financial expectations remained modest, shaped by past limited experiences. His vessel of consciousness, as he later described it, was only as large as a teacup. His business was steady but never truly flourished. He yearned for more, yet his actions and expectations were always tethered to his current reality. When a large bookstore chain opened a branch nearby, threatening his small shop's existence, fear made Samuel want to retreat further, cutting costs, instead of seeking new avenues. Then one day, his niece, recently returned from a personal development workshop, playfully challenged him, Uncle Samuel, why don't you try acting as if you were the most successful bookstore owner in the state for 1 week? Though a bit skeptical of his niece's confidence, Samuel was also intrigued and decided to join in the game. He began arriving at the store in his finest attire. He rearranged the shop space to be more open and inviting. He conversed with customers with a newfound enthusiasm, recommending books with such passion. It was as if he were sharing priceless treasures. And importantly, each evening he spent a few minutes visualizing his teacup of consciousness gradually expanding into a large goblet, then into a magnificent crystal decanter capable of holding vast prosperity. He started to feel like a wealthy and successful man. The game brought an unexpectedly good feeling. Customers noticed the change. An old friend, impressed by his new dynamism, proposed a partnership to organize a series of author events. His teacup wasn't just being filled, it seemed to be expanding ceaselessly. Samuel realized that the universe is always ready to fill the spaces we create in our consciousness. Your wealthy consciousness is like a vessel, he realized. It can only hold what it is shaped to hold. To receive more abundance, you need to expand your consciousness. This is a reliable universal law. The journeys of Eleanor and Samuel illuminate timeless truths. Prosperity consciousness is the source of external wealth. Before wealth can manifest in your physical world, it must be conceived, nurtured, and become a part of who you are in your mind. Limitations reside in thought, not in circumstance. The financial barriers and limitations we experience are often not imposed by the external world, but are invisible walls existing within the chamber of your thoughts. The power to overcome these limits lies in changing your own mindset and perception. The outer world reflects inner reality. Your life and financial circumstances are direct mirrors of what is happening in your mind and consciousness. When you change your self-perception to that of a prosperous individual, the universe will orchestrate unexpected opportunities to match that new inner picture. The power of acting as if it were already so. Samuel's story shows that behaving as if success were certain and speaking as if abundance were one's natural state can create powerful changes, attracting prosperity, even if you start with doubt. Embodying and living in the desired state can reprogram beliefs and attract corresponding results. Expand your consciousness to increase your capacity to receive. Your receiving capacity is not a fixed constant. You can actively expand it by cultivating a greater consciousness of wealth and your own infinite possibilities to help you harmonize with your inherent wealthy nature and strengthen your prosperity consciousness. There is a sacred and ancient visualization technique. This is not idle fantasy, but a powerful tool to connect with and actualize the infinite potential within you. Practice exercise. Gazing into the golden mirror of prosperity. Find a quiet space. Choose a quiet moment in your day, perhaps early morning upon waking or in the evening before sleep. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, and take a few deep breaths until you feel your mind calm and your body relax. Erect the golden mirror. Visualize before you a large, magnificent mirror with an intricately carved frame of pure gold. This is no ordinary mirror. It has the power to reflect not just your physical form, but your highest potential, your sacred and prosperous essence. Behold your prosperous version. As you look into this golden mirror, see the reflection of yourself, a version living in complete abundance, joy, and freedom. Notice how this prosperous version of you stands, how they smile, what their gestures and demeanor convey. What attire are they wearing? What confidence, peace, generosity, and limitless possibilities do their eyes express? Deeply feel these qualities. This is you fully expressing your inherent wealth. Merge as one. Now imagine this radiant, prosperous version of yourself stepping out of the mirror, or you stepping into the mirror and merging as one with that magnificent reflection. Feel the unification, feel all the qualities of abundance, all the emotions of joy, security, and infinite potential seeping deep into every cell of your body, right here and right now. Affirmation of oneness. With all emotion and belief, silently affirm, I am one with my inherent wealthy self. I am, or I now embody this radiant prosperity. This is my true nature. Preserve the state, remain in this feeling for a few minutes, allowing the consciousness of prosperity to permeate your entire being. Know that this visualization is a sacred technique, helping you to align with what is already your birthright, reinforcing your wealthy consciousness and making it your natural state. This chapter invites you to recognize that unlocking prosperity consciousness is the foundational and essential key to attracting and experiencing a life of wealth and abundance. By changing your perception from within, believing in abundance as a natural state, acting as if you are already successful and practicing visualization to merge with your wealthy essence. You are activating a powerful universal law, allowing affluence to flow into your life naturally and effortlessly. Chapter 4. Weaving a Golden Reality. Living and breathing with prosperity consciousness. As we have explored together, the wellspring of all external wealth originates from the fertile ground of inner prosperity consciousness. It is a state of being, an internal vibration of belief and abundance before it dons tangible forms in the material world. Now our journey delves deeper into the art of sustaining, nurturing, and allowing this prosperity consciousness to permeate every moment of life, weaving a golden reality from the very threads of our awareness. Marcus, a musician with a soaring spirit, had begun to taste the first sweet fruits after consciously transforming the limitations in his thinking. More successful performances and a well-received mini-album were signs that the universe was reflecting his newfound beliefs. However, the artistic path is not always strewn with roses. A period of creative stagnation arrived, and performance invitations became scarcer than expected. The old clouds of doubt, the whispers about the precariousness of a musician's life, started to return, tempting him back into the vortex of lack-based thinking. The vessel of consciousness he had painstakingly worked to expand seemed at risk of shrinking. In those moments of unsteadiness, Marcus remembered the truth that real limitations lie within one's thoughts, not in external circumstances. He refused to be submerged. Instead, he proactively reaffirmed his prosperous identity, a successful musician bringing healing music to the world. He returned to the gazing into the golden mirror practice with even greater intensity and focus, seeing himself shining on grand stages, his music touching millions of hearts. He began to act as if the current quiet phase were merely a necessary interlude to prepare for an even more radiant wave of success. He dedicated time to learning, enriching his soul and skills, consciously expanding his vessel to receive greater things even when external signs were temporarily unclear. And then Marcus's creative flow not only returned, but also gained a new depth. An unexpected collaboration offer arrived from a renowned artist he had always admired, opening up new horizons. Marcus realized that maintaining prosperity consciousness is a dynamic and steadfast practice, a conscious choice of one's inner state, regardless of the temporary fluctuations of the external world. Clara, a kind-hearted entrepreneur, offers another lesson in living fully from prosperity consciousness. Her small shop selling sustainable products had grown remarkably after she cultivated inner abundance. This rapid growth, though welcome, also brought new challenges: managing a larger team, making larger-scale financial decisions, and a vague fear of losing it all now that she had more to lose. Her vessel of consciousness had expanded significantly, but she felt the responsibility to keep it full and the flow unobstructed. Instead of letting fear dominate, Clara became even more steadfast in her inner practices. She used the power of visualization not just for personal affluence, but for the growth of each employee and for the positive impact her business brought to the community and the environment. She acted as if she were already a brilliant leader, skillfully navigating an enterprise of even greater stature and influence. She consciously saw the reflection of her expansive, ethical, and trusting inner state in her company's robust growth, in the joy and commitment of her team, and in the positive values her business was spreading. As a result, Clara guided her business through the challenges of growth with wisdom and flexibility. Her company not only prospered financially, but also became a model of conscious business, creating positive and sustainable impacts. Clara found profound happiness in knowing that her inner consciousness of abundance was creating benevolent ripples that spread far and wide, well beyond personal gain. The stories of Marcus and Clara once again affirm and deepen the universal laws we are exploring together. Prosperity consciousness is an inexhaustible source and a continuous current. It is not just the starting point, but also a companion, the fuel for every step on the journey of creating your life. Limiting thoughts can resurface, and mastering your inner state is an ongoing practice. This journey requires daily vigilance and commitment to choose uplifting thoughts and emotions, rather than being pulled back by old patterns. The outer world is an honest mirror of your evolving inner state. As you continue to expand and enrich your inner world, the outer picture will also be continuously adorned with more vibrant colors of abundance. The power of acting as if becomes even more crucial when aiming for larger visions. It helps you maintain direction and energy even when the path ahead demands great perseverance and faith. Expanding your consciousness to enhance your capacity to receive is a ceaseless evolution. It's not a one-time act, but a continuous openness to receive the better, greater things the universe is always ready to bestow. Sacred visualization is a tool for maintaining harmony and creating widespread impact. It helps you not only solidify your personal state of prosperity, but also become a positive force contributing to collective growth. To help you infuse prosperity, consciousness into every breath, every action, and transform it into an energy field radiating from your very being, let us practice the following ritual. Practice exercise, bathing in the golden aura of abundance. Choose a moment in your day, whenever you wish to reconnect and reinforce your field of prosperous energy. Relax and focus. Sit or stand comfortably. Close your eyes and breathe deeply and slowly. With each exhale, release all tension and worry. With each inhale, feel peace and vitality filling you. Activate the golden aura. Visualize a brilliant, warm, and pure golden light originating from your heart center. See this light gradually expanding, enveloping your entire body like a protective and nurturing sphere of energy. This is the aura of abundance, of unconditional love, and of all universal blessings. Feel and expand. Feel the warmth, safety, and strength of this golden aura. Know that it is purifying all negative energies, all traces of lack or fear. Now imagine this aura expanding even further beyond your physical space, touching those around you, the room you are in, your home, and continuing to radiate out to your community, your city, and the entire planet. Affirm and radiate while maintaining the image of the expanding golden aura. Silently affirm, I am a radiant expression of infinite prosperity. My aura of abundance blesses myself and all that it touches. I live and breathe in the endless flow of wealth, joy, and peace. All good things are coming to me and flowing through me easily and naturally. Return with gratitude. Slowly bring your awareness back to your body and your surroundings. Open your eyes when you are ready, carrying with you the feeling of being bathed in the golden aura and a deep sense of gratitude. Practicing this ritual regularly will help you not only solidify your prosperity consciousness from within, but also transform you into a living beacon of abundance, automatically attracting and radiating good things into your life and the lives of those around you. Living and breathing with prosperity consciousness is a joyful and ever-expanding creative journey, turning each of your days into a masterpiece. Chapter 5. Decreeing from Consciousness, when belief shapes a golden reality. In the eternal dance of the universe, there is a law more powerful than relentless struggle, the power of belief. Your belief in abundance, in the very best for yourself, is not a timid plea or a small wish sent into the unseen. It operates as a potent decree, an edict from your consciousness to which the universe, with its infinite wisdom and responsiveness, responds not to your effort, but to your expectation, to the unwavering conviction from the depths of your being. When you believe with absolute certainty, you are commanding reality to mold itself to the pattern of that belief. Creative power lies in sacred certainty, not in supplication or fragile hope. Joseph, a scientist with a compassionate heart, had dedicated years to researching and developing a revolutionary water filtration system yearning to bring clean water to remote, underserved communities. His workshop was filled with prototypes, his mind with visions of a better world thanks to his invention. Yet every financial door he knocked on remained shut. His tireless efforts and heartfelt presentations seemed to yield no results. A thin mist of anxious hope rather than a command of belief had inadvertently clouded his energy. As his last savings dwindled, the weight of potential failure pressed heavily on Joseph. The question of how to bring his invention to the world seemed an insurmountable mountain. One evening in his distress, he found solace in the yellowed pages of his late grandfather's philosophical journal. A passage resonated deep within his soul. "The universe does not negotiate with your pleas. It bows only to your conviction. Your unshakable knowing is its command." A profound transformation occurred within Joseph. He ceased his desperate striving. Instead, he began to cultivate a state of sacred certainty. Each day he sat in silence, not begging for funding, but knowing with clarity that his project was already a resounding success, already blessing the lives of countless people. He felt deep gratitude for its completion, joy for its positive impact, as if it were an existing reality. He relinquished the need to control how it would happen. A few weeks later, at a small community gathering he almost didn't attend, Joseph chanced to speak with a retired engineer. Drawn by Joseph's quiet passion and an emanating certainty, the engineer mentioned a newly established charitable foundation specializing in funding innovative humanitarian projects, a foundation Joseph had never heard of. The connection was perfectly made. The funding process unfolded with astonishing smoothness. To Joseph, it felt like a miracle, a direct response not to his previous efforts, but to the command of unshakable belief he had later emitted. The universe had operated on grander principles, reflecting his deepest core belief, transcending ordinary cause and effect efforts. The story of Lydia, a writer nurturing literary dreams, demonstrates the persistent and flexible power of belief, as well as the ability to transform inner limitations. Lydia longed to see her novel published, but the chamber of her thoughts was frequently haunted by whispers of self-doubt. There are so many talented writers, so few get chosen, or perhaps my writing voice isn't strong enough. Each rejection letter from publishers seemed to etch these limiting beliefs deeper. Her belief was fragile, easily swayed by negative external feedback. As she was on the verge of abandoning her manuscript, her dream seeming too distant and unrealistic, a friend shared a simple yet profound idea. "Belief isn't a sudden lightning bolt, Lydia. It's like water, persistent and flexible, capable of carving new paths through the hardest rock, not by force, but by its relentless flow." This resonated with Lydia. She began a practice she called sacred journaling. Each morning she took time to identify a limiting belief that was surfacing, e.g., "It's impossible to find a suitable literary agent." And then, with clear intention, she rewrote it as a powerful present-tense declaration, as if she were personally scripting her own reality. "My unique story attracts the perfect literary agent at the perfect time. My novel is received and cherished by readers worldwide." She wrote these words not as fragile wishes, but as declarations of an established truth, with the authority of one directing her own destiny. Her persistence, fueled by these daily declarations, began to change her energy. Her writing flowed with new confidence. She decided to send her manuscript to a small independent publisher she had initially overlooked. To her own surprise, they responded with an enthusiastic offer to publish. Lydia realized that by steadfastly writing her decrees of belief, each day she had reshaped her inner world, and the outer world had no choice but to reflect it. She had stepped into the role of a conscious creator of abundance. The journeys of Joseph and Lydia illuminate wondrous universal laws. Belief is a command, not a request. When you believe with absolute and unshakable conviction, you are emitting a powerful decree, and the universe responds to that certain expectation. The universe reflects core beliefs transcending ordinary cause and effect. Financial coincidences or miracles are often evidence that the universe operates on grander principles, reflecting your deepest beliefs, sometimes in ways you cannot anticipate. Trust the unseen process. Don't try to control the how. Like planting a seed and trusting the invisible growth process without digging it up daily, unshakable belief in abundance sets the necessary forces in motion. Stop asking how and simply know it will come. Control and doubt only obstruct the flow. The persistent and flexible power of belief. Your belief needs to be flexible and persistent, like water patiently shaping stone, not by force, but by its constant flow. The universe responds to unshakable knowing, not just fleeting desires. Transform limiting beliefs into powerful declarations. You have the ability to reprogram your subconscious by replacing negative messages with positive, powerful, and authoritative affirmations. Step into the role of a conscious creator of abundance. Through consistent practice of reinforcing belief and using powerful language, you are stepping into your power as a conscious creator of abundance, joining the ranks of those who have learned to shape reality through the power of directed will, so that you can actively seize this power and reprogram your limiting beliefs. Practice the following sacred journaling ritual practice exercise. Sacred journaling, decreeing your prosperous reality. Prepare your sacred space. Choose a beautiful notebook and a pen that you love. This will be your sacred space to create and issue decrees for your reality. Identify a limiting belief. Each day for a set period, e.g., 7 days, 21 days, or longer, take a few quiet moments. Honestly ask yourself, what limiting belief am I currently holding about money, success, or my ability to receive abundance? Write it down truthfully. Examples: money is very hard to earn. I'm not good enough to achieve that kind of success. Good opportunities always slip through my fingers. Transform and decree. Now on a new line or a new page, transform that limiting belief into a powerful, positive, present tense declaration of the reality you desire and choose. Write this declaration with all the authority of a creator, commanding their reality to manifest. Feel the truth and power of each word as you write it down. Examples: money flows to me easily, abundantly, and from multiple sources in expected and unexpected ways. I am deeply worthy and fully capable of achieving extraordinary success, and I embrace it now. Sacred and wonderful opportunities always find me, and I recognize and welcome them with joy. Amplify with emotion. After writing your decree, close your eyes for a moment. Repeat the decree in your mind or aloud and truly feel the emotions associated with it, having already become true. Joy, gratitude, peace, freedom. Consistency is key. Practice this daily. Remember, you are not requesting, you are decreeing. You are not wishing, you are declaring your truth. Absolute and unshakable belief in abundance is an extraordinary creative force capable of generating financial miracles by commanding the universe to respond. Release doubt, trust the unseen process, and actively transform limiting beliefs into powerful declarations to become the conscious creator of magnificent prosperity in your own life. Chapter 6. The Royal Heritage. Acknowledging and embracing your birthright to prosperity. In the garden of life, a common belief has taken deep root over generations that wealth and affluence are privileges reserved for a fortunate few chosen individuals or those possessing extraordinary talents. But today we shall together lift the veil of these misunderstandings to behold a more radiant truth. Prosperity is not a distant luxury, but a birthright, a sacred heritage that every individual without exception inherits from the vast and generous universe. You do not need to fight for it or feel inadequate or unlucky. Wealth inherently belongs to you. The core issue lies in whether you recognize, dare to believe, and open your arms to receive this legacy. Anna, a single mother of 2 young children, quietly struggled daily with financial burdens. Her job at a local diner, though honest, barely covered essential needs. Deep down, Anna always believed that true wealth, that sense of ease and wide-open opportunities, was like a distant star reserved for others, those with special talents, those fortunate enough to be born into luxury, people she felt she could never compare to. To Anna, the universe seemed like a stingy accountant, dispensing just enough to survive, never a surplus. The veil of scarcity had become her constant companion, casting a gray pall over her perception and limiting her expectations. Then one day her old car, the sole means for her to get to work and transport her children, broke down severely. The repair cost loomed like a colossal mountain, threatening to plunge her deeper into crisis. Cold, sharp panic gripped her heart. At that moment, a flyer at the community center for a free talk titled, "Nature's Abundance, Your Abundance," caught her eye. Though hesitant, Anna decided to attend. The speaker, a kind-faced woman with gentle eyes, spoke not of complex financial strategies, but of the inherent generosity of the universe. "Look at the countless stars," she said, "the endless leaves on a tree, the innumerable grains of sand on a beach. Scarcity is merely an illusion woven from human misunderstanding over generations. Abundance is nature's first and truest language." The idea that prosperity could be a birthright, not something to be desperately fought for or luckily stumbled upon, was entirely foreign to Anna. Yet a tiny seed of curiosity was sown in her soul. She began a simple practice on her walks. She intentionally looked for signs of abundance: dandelions pushing forcefully through concrete cracks, countless birds soaring in the sky. And she started to gently challenge her automatic "not enough" thoughts, whispering to herself in quiet moments, perhaps I too deserve comfort. Perhaps abundance is for me too." Changes came slowly, unostentatiously. A neighbor, hearing about her car trouble, offered to drive her for a week. She found a forgotten bill in an old coat pocket. Her tax refund that year was a little more than expected. These weren't lottery wins, but they were small, unexpected streams flowing into the desert of her worries. More importantly, a transformation was occurring within Anna. The thick veil of scarcity began to thin, giving way to a fragile yet growing sense of worthiness, a silent acceptance that perhaps, just perhaps, the universe wasn't as miserly as she had always thought. She was learning that her acceptance was a key. David, a young software developer brimming with creative ideas, often found himself in a state of relentless effort. He believed in hard work, but deep down he felt he constantly had to prove his worth, to earn his place at the banquet of success. To him, wealth was like a fortress to be conquered through unceasing effort and overcoming formidable obstacles. He unknowingly operated from the belief that he wasn't automatically entitled to success. It had to be bought with struggle. When a promising app project failed to meet initial targets, discouragement set in and his energy waned. He began to doubt his abilities, his chosen path, wondering if he truly deserved the breakthroughs he craved. Coincidentally, in an old bookstore, he stumbled upon a slim volume of philosophical essays. One essay spoke of prosperity not as an achievement, but as a sacred heritage, a birthright to be received with joyful authority. The essay argued that declarations of abundance were not pleas, but alignments with a pre-existing truth. This touched David profoundly. He realized he had been trying to break down a door that was never locked. He began practicing sacred prosperity declarations with a new understanding. He would stand by his window at dawn, noon, and dusk, not begging for success, but affirming his oneness with the source of all creation, all abundance, all success. He focused on the feeling of being that successful and influential creator, knowing it was his inherent nature. An unusual sense of peace and power began to replace his anxious striving. Ideas for app improvements, new marketing methods flowed with surprising ease. He found himself connecting with potential partners and mentors serendipitously and favorably. The app began to gain traction. David understood that by acknowledging his heritage and aligning his consciousness with the infinite source, he was no longer trying to fill a cup from a limited supply, but drawing from an endless ocean. The journeys of Anna and David illuminate liberating truths. Wealth is a birthright, not a privilege for a few. Contrary to popular belief, prosperity is a sacred heritage that every individual inherits from the universe. The issue isn't whether you are chosen, but whether you are conscious enough to recognize and receive that right. The universe operates on the principle of abundance. Scarcity is an illusion. The primary language of nature and the universe is infinite abundance. The belief in scarcity is merely an illusion existing in the human mind, a veil woven from generations of misunderstanding. The flow of prosperity is always available, like the air you breathe. Worthiness and acceptance are keys to activating the flow of prosperity. The universe plays no favorites but responds to your alignment. When you declare yourself worthy of prosperity and accept it, you activate a sacred law. Your acceptance or rejection of abundance determines your experience of it. See yourself as the universe sees you, a vessel chosen to contain abundance. Prosperity declarations affirm an inherent truth. Sacred prosperity declarations are not pleas or wishes sent to the universe. They are powerful statements spoken with the authority of one who knows their sacred heritage, affirming what already is and belongs to you. You are standing in the position of an owner, not a beggar. Align with the source of all prosperity. By declaring, "I am one with the source of all prosperity," you are acknowledging and connecting with the infinite energy field from which all material wealth manifests. When you connect with the source, you no longer worry about lack in specific manifestations because you know the supply is infinite. To help you internalize the truth of abundance and live from your birthright, consistently practice the following sacred prosperity declaration practice. Exercise Sacred Prosperity Declaration, awakening your royal heritage. The core declaration: I am one with the source of all prosperity. I am a perfect expression of infinite abundance. All that the source is, I am. All that the source has is mine to use, to enjoy, to share. Wealth in all its forms is my sacred birthright, and I acknowledge and receive it, now with joy, gratitude, and absolute certainty. It flows to me, through me, and from me easily, continuously, and endlessly, and so it is. Ritual of Practice 3. Sacred Times. Commit to practicing this declaration 3 times daily at dawn as you welcome the new day, at midday to recenter your energy, and at dusk as you reflect on the day with gratitude. Internalized understanding. As you speak, these words do not rush. Let each word, each phrase resonate deeply within every level of your being. Feel their truth in your heart, in your very sinews, in every cell. You are not merely reciting, you are becoming the embodiment of this truth. The authority of knowing. Speak with the calm, confident tone of one affirming an irrefutable truth about their inherent nature and sacred legacy. Feel gratitude. Conclude each declaration with a moment of feeling deep gratitude, as if all you have just affirmed has already fully manifested in your experience. Awaken and embrace the truth that wealth is your sacred birthright. The universe is inherently vast and abundant. By relinquishing the illusion of scarcity, affirming your worthiness, and consistently practicing these powerful declarations, you will align with the natural flow of prosperity and experience it fully and magnificently in your life. Chapter 7. The Returning River, the Sacred Mathematics of Giving. In the eternal dance of the universe, there is a sacred rhythm, a breath of life which is ceaseless circulation. Money and wealth in their truest essence are not exempt from this law. They are energy, a flow reflecting the endless dance of giving and receiving. Like the tides that ebb and flow, they need to circulate to maintain vitality and proliferation. When we participate in this flow, especially through the act of conscious giving, it is not merely a noble gesture, but a powerful spiritual practice that aligns us with the boundless abundance of the universe, an abundance governed by a miraculous, sacred mathematics. Consider Harold, an aging small shop owner. His entire life was spent toiling, hoarding every penny, with a constant fear of poverty that might strike at any moment. His hands, both literally and metaphorically, always clenched his savings tightly. His shop was covered in a layer of the dust of time and stagnation, much like his own soul, which had long been devoid of joy. His business declined day by day. His health deteriorated along with it. Fear had inadvertently created the very lack he dreaded. He lived in isolation, detached from the flow of life. Perhaps if a spark of wisdom about circulation had reached him, if he had dared to try a small act of giving, even just a small discount for a struggling family, an unexpected sense of relief might have crept into his parched soul, opening a new path. For clinging too tightly out of fear is precisely what disrupts the sacred rhythm of the universe, leading to blockage and decay. Conversely, the story of Alice, a young artist with a sensitive soul, is a testament to the extraordinary power of faith in the flow, even when facing seemingly absolute destitution. Alice found herself with only her last few coins in her pocket while her rent notice was due. The despair of lack enveloped her. Conventionally, holding on to those last coins would have been the most logical thing to do. But upon seeing a homeless child with hungry eyes, an ancient wisdom echoed in Alice's mind. The universe never fails to fill an empty vessel freely offered. With a sudden and profound trust in this invisible law, she made a seemingly irrational decision to give away her last coins. It was not an act of resignation, but one of complete surrender and absolute belief in the universal flow. The moment she let those coins leave her hand, a vacuum was created, not just in her pocket, but in her mind, a vacuum of trust and surrender. The miracle was not delayed. Only a short time later, an unexpected door opened. A deposit for an art piece she had long forgotten was suddenly paid. A new collaboration offer from an old friend brought a life-changing opportunity. The return was always greater than what she had given, demonstrating the sacred mathematics of the universe. When you willingly give, creating a vacuum with a trusting heart, the universe will fill that vacuum, often in ways that far exceed all expectations. And then there was Alexander, a craftsman in a small community. Though not initially wealthy by conventional standards, Alexander consistently and joyfully practiced tithing, giving 1/10 of his income. He used that money to support those in need within his community and to contribute to charitable projects he believed in, always with an open heart and gratitude, never expecting any specific return. There were times when his income dipped and the thought of temporarily pausing his tithing flickered. Friends sometimes questioned his impracticality. But Alexander remained steadfast in his commitment, understanding that tithing was not a loss, but sowing seeds among the stars, an investment in the infinite energy flow of the universe. He gave freely without attachment to how or when the return would come. And his life became a living testament. His resources were always replenished and multiplied in unexpected ways. His work flourished, new opportunities constantly opened up, and he felt a deep connection, a profound sense of meaning in everything he did. Every sincere act of his giving truly financed new channels of receiving. These stories illuminate fundamental laws of prosperity. Money needs to circulate like the breath of the universe. Hoarding out of fear causes stagnation. Allowing it to flow freely brings vitality. Giving is the wellspring of receiving multifold. The universe operates through circulation. Every act of giving with faith opens the way for abundance to return, often more than what was given. The universe never fails to fill an empty vessel freely offered. Apparent destitution is not to be feared if you understand this law. The willingness to give from one's emptiest place can be the most powerful impetus for the flow of prosperity. Wealth multiplies through trusting circulation, not fearful hoarding. The fear of loss leads to hoarding and obstructs the flow. Conversely, faith in the universe's abundance expressed through giving activates the multiplication of wealth. Tithing is a sacred practice to activate the law of circulation. The sacred tithing ritual, consciously giving a tenth of one's income, is an ancient practice to actively participate in the law of circulation, releasing abundance back into the universal flow and creating channels for infinite prosperity. Give freely without expectation or attachment. When practicing tithing or any act of giving, it is crucial to do so freely without expectation or attachment to a specific outcome. Trust in the workings of the law so that you can actively participate in this sacred dance and experience the power of the law of circulation practice. The following tithing ritual with an open heart and steadfast faith practice. Exercise sacred tithing ritual, joining hands with the flow of the universe. Determine your tithe. Traditionally, many choose to tithe a tenth, 10% of their income. However, this figure can be flexible according to your circumstances and comfort level. What matters is the consistency and sincere intention behind the act. Choose your channel of giving. Listen to your heart to find individuals, organizations, or causes you genuinely wish to support and contribute to. It could be a charity, a community project, a person in need, or anywhere your contribution can make a difference and spread love. Mindset of giving. When you perform the act of tithing, do so with a spirit of joy, deep gratitude for your ability to give, and absolute trust in the abundance of the universe. Visualize that you are releasing this energy back into the universal flow, knowing it will be used for the highest good and will return to you in wondrous ways. Affirmation while tithing. As you give, you can silently recite an affirmation such as, "With gratitude and joy, I offer this portion into the infinite flow of universal abundance. I trust that what I give will be multiplied and returned, bringing blessings to me and to all. I release all expectations and attachments, completely trusting in the perfect working of sacred law." Let go and trust. After giving, completely let go. Do not dwell on or worry about how or when it will return. Trust that the universe in its infinite wisdom will take care of the rest. The law of circulation is the foundation of sustainable prosperity. Dare to release fear and the hoarding mentality. Instead, practice generous and trusting giving. By actively participating in the flow of giving and receiving, especially through sacred practices like tithing, you will activate new energy channels, allowing abundance and affluence to flow into your life plentifully and multiplied like rivers, always finding their way back to the ocean. Chapter 8. The Solar Magnet. When positive emotions attract the flow of prosperity. In the grand symphony of the universe, every entity vibrates at its own frequency, and money, as a vibrant form of energy, is no exception. It responds powerfully and subtly to the emotional frequencies you emit. Like a sunflower always turning towards the sunlight, money is naturally drawn to those who radiate joy, ease, sincere gratitude, and quiet confidence. Your emotions are an invisible yet potent magnet. Consciously choose positive emotional frequencies to invite prosperity into your life. Conversely, when you approach financial matters with a heavy heart, burdened by anxiety or a sense of desperation about unmet needs, you inadvertently create a negative energy field. This energy, instead of attracting, repels the very affluence you earnestly seek. Learn to identify and transform negative emotions related to money, for they are the biggest obstacles on your path to complete abundance. The story of Miguel, a street musician with an old guitar, is a beautiful testament to the power of joy. Miguel might not have been a master musician by rigorous conservatory standards. The chords he played were simple, the melodies he sang familiar. But what flowed from him, from every strum, every lyric, was an ocean of pure, irrepressible joy. It was a celebration of life through music, a sharing of happiness from the depths of his heart. Not far from where Miguel played, other musicians, perhaps more technically skilled, performed with a somber, almost mournful demeanor, their eyes scanning the crowd with an anxious hope for charitable coins. Their open hats or guitar cases often reflected that heavy energy, sparse and deserted. But around Miguel, an entirely different energy danced. People stopped, their preoccupied faces suddenly relaxing into genuine smiles. Children paused their play to listen, and their parents often generously took money from their wallets, a generosity seemingly sparked by the very joy Miguel had touched within them. His old hat was filled not just with coins, but also with small bills, sometimes a flower or a thank you note. It wasn't just his music, it was him. His happiness was an irresistible magnet. He didn't play for money, he played from joy, and money simply found its way to that radiant frequency. Elizabeth, a freelance writer working from her cozy apartment, once had a rather complicated relationship with money. Whenever a bill arrived, a wave of anxiety would rise within her, and the fluctuating income from her freelance work often left her feeling insecure and burdened. Her financial picture was often obscured by clouds of anxiety. This underlying stress seemed to create a vicious cycle of lack. Clients were slow to pay, unexpected repair costs arose. One particularly lean month pushed her anxiety to its peak. She felt overwhelmed by a sense of desperation, a feeling that she was constantly fighting a losing battle against scarcity. Then, in a quiet moment of reflection, she encountered an idea that initially seemed quite counterintuitive: cultivate gratitude not only for blessings, but for all financial aspects, even bills. Bills, the teaching suggested, actually represent services she had received. The electricity lighting her home, the internet connecting her to the world, the roof sheltering her. Elizabeth decided to try. She began a seemingly peculiar practice, holding each bill in her hand. She consciously thanked the company that provided the service. She thanked the small coins in her wallet for their presence, thanked checks from clients, whether large or small, with sincere appreciation. She shifted her focus from what she lacked to what she had and what she could exchange. It wasn't about pretending to be positive. It was about finding genuine appreciation from within. And a miracle happened. The knot of anxiety in her heart began to unravel. A sense of lightness permeated her financial transactions. More notably, her financial situation started to shift. An overdue payment arrived with an apology and a small bonus. A lucrative new contract unexpectedly landed in her inbox. Elizabeth realized that by genuinely changing her emotional frequency around money, from fear to gratitude, she had opened new channels for abundance to flow to her. The universe was responding to her sincere gratitude by bringing her more to be grateful for. The experiences of Miguel and Elizabeth illuminate a vibrant truth: money is attracted to positive emotional frequencies. As a form of energy, it strongly reacts to your vibrations. It is naturally drawn to those who radiate joy, ease, sincere gratitude, and confidence. Worry and desperation repel affluence. When you approach financial matters with heaviness, you inadvertently create a negative energy that pushes away the very abundance you seek. Genuine joy has a powerful attraction. Miguel's story shows that infectious joy, not necessarily superior technique, is what attracts generosity. That joyful energy naturally draws good things. Authentic gratitude is a magnet for wealth. Expressing sincere gratitude for all aspects of your finances creates a powerful vibration of affluence. The universe will respond with unexpected opportunities and resources. Your emotional state creates a field of attraction. The ancients knew this secret. Your emotional state is a powerful field of attraction. When you are genuinely joyful and grateful about money, you become a living magnet attracting prosperity. Consider managing and elevating your emotional state as a vital part of managing your finances and attracting wealth. to help you proactively cultivate and reinforce this positive emotional frequency, turning gratitude into a habit that magnetizes greater abundance. Practice the following ritual. Practice exercise magnetizing with gratitude, infusing money with love and joy. Preparation: find a quiet moment. Take any paper bill or a coin and place it in the palm of your hand. Connect with gratitude. Close your eyes. Hold the money gently. Breathe deeply. Think of all the good things this money and money in general represents: security, comfort, experiences. It can provide services. It allows you to access your ability to use it to help others. Let a wave of sincere gratitude spread throughout your body for its presence in your life and in the world. Speak words of love and joy. Still holding the money, speak aloud or silently affirmations of your positive relationship with it. For example, money is beautiful energy, a friend that always supports me. I love money and money loves me. I welcome money with joy and gratitude. Money flows to me easily and abundantly, and I use it wisely for my benefit and the benefit of others. Feel the vibration. As you speak these words, truly feel the emotions of love, joy, and gratitude in your heart. Imagine the money in your hand vibrating with this positive energy, becoming a magnet, attracting more similar energies. Carry the emotion. When you finish the practice, carry this feeling of joy, gratitude, and magnetism with you throughout the day. Practice this regularly to cultivate a consistently positive emotional frequency around money. Your emotions play a pivotal role in attracting or repelling money. Prioritize cultivating a positive emotional state, especially genuine joy and gratitude towards all aspects of abundance. When you love the presence of money and feel joyful and at peace with it, you will naturally become a powerful magnet, drawing prosperity towards you gently and sustainably. Chapter 9. Breaking Invisible Chains. Rewriting your ancestral prosperity legacy. There are invisible burdens we carry not due to our own shortcomings or current harsh circumstances. These are inherited scarcity programs, beliefs, words, and attitudes about money silently passed down through generations in our families. Phrases like, "Money is very hard to earn," "Our family isn't destined for wealth," or "It's best to be content with little," may have been deeply ingrained in our subconscious since childhood, forming invisible chains that bind us to our ancestors' patterns of lack, even though they are not in our genetic DNA. Recognizing this profound origin is the first step toward freely creating a more radiant financial reality for yourself. Martha, a talented and hard-working marketing consultant, always felt an invisible ceiling obstructing her financial aspirations. No matter how hard she tried, her income might be comfortable, but she always seemed to be at a level of just enough, never truly abundant. Whenever a significant opportunity arose, a lucrative contract, a promising investment, something unexpected would happen, pulling her back to her familiar situation. She heard the echoes of her family's past in her own struggles. Her grandparents had endured extreme economic hardship, which instilled in her parents a caution, even fear, when dealing with money. Sayings like, "Money doesn't grow on trees," "You must tighten your belt for lean times, because they will surely come," or "We are honest laborers, not the lucky rich type," were not ill-intentioned, but passed down as hard-won experiences. Martha had unconsciously absorbed them all. Disappointment gnawed at her. She had read countless books on positive thinking and the law of attraction, practiced affirmations, yet the old patterns stubbornly persisted. She felt bound by invisible chains connected to a legacy of financial anxiety she couldn't clearly name but felt very deeply. Then one day a close friend recommended she attend a workshop on healing ancestral imprints. Though somewhat skeptical, her desire for change led her there. The facilitator spoke of scarcity programs, legacies of energy and belief, passed down not through genes, but through generations of shared experiences and unconscious acceptance. A profound realization dawned on Martha. Her financial difficulties might not be entirely her fault, nor solely due to external circumstances. They were in part a faithful and unconscious repetition of her ancestors' survival strategies and their limiting conclusions about wealth. This awareness was the first step toward freedom. She began practicing the Pungrid ritual to release ancestral patterns. In the quiet of her space, Martha closed her eyes, imagining herself stepping into a long, softly lit corridor, a hall of mirrors. Along the corridor were mirrors. In each, she saw the face of an ancestor, parents, grandparents, and even those she had never known but whose hardships had shaped the family's financial story. She looked at each reflection with love and compassion, acknowledging their struggles, resilience, and efforts to survive and provide. Then with gentle strength, she said, "I honor your journey. I acknowledge the difficulties and the beliefs you formed from them. Thank you for doing the best you could with what you knew. Now, with love and respect, I release these limiting beliefs. Your story is not my story. Your financial limitations end with me. I affirm my sacred right to abundance, comfort, and joy here and now for myself and for future generations." After several weeks of practicing this ritual, Martha felt a profound shift. It wasn't just an intellectual understanding. It was a release at a cellular level. A burden she hadn't fully realized she was carrying had been lifted. Not long after a major client she thought she had lost unexpectedly returned with an even larger proposal. An investment opportunity she had previously dismissed out of fear suddenly seemed clear and viable. She found herself making financial decisions with a newfound freedom and expansiveness, knowing she was no longer bound by the unwritten rules of her family's past. She was truly free to create prosperity far beyond what my ancestors could imagine. Martha's experience illuminates liberating truths. Invisible inherited scarcity programs shape reality. Beliefs, words, and attitudes about money passed down through generations can form deeply ingrained scarcity programs, in the subconscious acting as invisible chains. Your ancestral legacy is not your immutable destiny. The financial hardships your ancestors faced were real, but the beliefs and conclusions they drew from them do not have to be the legacy or destiny you bear. You have the right and ability to rewrite your financial story. Negative patterns persist through unconscious acceptance. The subconscious mind carries emotional burdens and negative beliefs about money from generations past. These patterns continue to exert influence not through some immutable law, but primarily through our unconscious acceptance. When you bring them into the light of consciousness and cease to accept them unconditionally, you begin the process of liberation. Releasing inherited limitations opens new channels of affluence. When you actively identify, question, and release inherited limiting beliefs, the universe responds to that release with unexpected opportunities and new flows of prosperity which have always existed but were previously untapped. You have the power to rewrite your family's financial story. Through conscious practices, you can honor the past while severing negative ties. You not only liberate yourself, but can also heal and transform the energy for your entire lineage, creating a new legacy of prosperity. Freedom creates exceptional prosperity. When you free yourself from inherited scarcity programs, you become free to create prosperity far beyond what my ancestors could imagine. Your potential for prosperity is limitless when no longer constrained by the old beliefs of the past. To help you begin this journey of liberation, practice the following sacred ritual, a powerful tool to honor the past and create a free, radiant financial future. Sacred practice exercise, releasing ancestral patterns, stepping into your prosperous destiny. Prepare your sacred space. Find a quiet, undisturbed place. You might light a candle or some incense to create a reverent and connected atmosphere. Sit comfortably, relax your body, and take a few deep breaths to calm your mind. Visualize the Hall of Mirrors. Close your eyes. Imagine you are standing at the entrance of a long, beautiful corridor filled with soft light. This is the hall of mirrors of your lineage. As you slowly walk through this hall, you see countless mirrors on either side. In each mirror, you see the reflection of an ancestor, parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and even earlier generations whose names you no longer know. See them with all compassion and respect. Honor and acknowledge. Pause before any image that draws your attention, or you can speak to all of them collectively. Acknowledge their lives, their hardships, their efforts, and the limitations they faced. You can say silently or aloud, I see you, I honor your journey, your strength, and the love you passed down in the ways you knew how. I acknowledge the hardships you endured concerning money and abundance, and the beliefs you formed from those experiences. Declaration of release and empowerment. Now, with love, respect, and gentle decisiveness, make your declaration. Thank you for the lessons and the life you have given me. Today, I choose to release any and all limiting beliefs, vows of poverty, fears of lack, or patterns of financial struggle that I may have inherited or unconsciously taken on from you. Your limitations, your hardships end with me. With love and respect, I return to you what is yours, and I reclaim what is mine. I now affirm my own sacred right to infinite abundance, joy, peace, and prosperity, here and now. I choose to create a new legacy of wealth and fulfillment for myself and for all future generations, and so it is. Visualize healing light. Imagine a beautiful stream of healing light enveloping you and flowing back through time, through all generations of your ancestors, bringing peace and release to all. See yourself stepping out of the hall of mirrors, feeling lighter, freer, and empowered. Gratitude. Conclude the practice with deep gratitude for your ancestors, for your own courage, and for the new path of prosperity you are creating. You are not a prisoner of your family's financial past. By identifying, confronting, and actively releasing inherited scarcity programs from previous generations through conscious practices like this, you can break the invisible chains, heal subconscious wounds, and write an entirely new story of abundance and prosperity for yourself and for all generations to come. Your ancestors' limitations end where your journey of liberation begins. Chapter 10. The Symphony of Abundance, attuning to the hidden frequency of prosperity. On the journey of creating wealth, we are often taught that relentless effort and hard work are paramount. That is not incorrect, but there is a deeper truth, a secret that sages throughout the ages have understood. Attracting wealth does not solely depend on how hard you strive or how worthy you feel, but primarily results from energetic alignment. Those who seem to effortlessly attract money and opportunities, whether consciously or unconsciously, have often attuned themselves to the frequency of abundance, much like a radio tuning into a favorite station amidst myriad other frequencies. Shift your focus from working harder to aligning your energy better. James, an entrepreneur with a heart full of passion, had dedicated his life to building an innovative tech startup. For years, his days were a long series of tireless work hours, driven by the belief that only extreme effort and ironclad perseverance were the sole keys to unlocking success. Yet despite these extraordinary efforts, significant breakthroughs eluded him, inexplicably, like a shimmering oasis that always receded as he approached. He felt as if he were constantly pushing a giant boulder uphill. Exhaustion and disappointment began to creep into James's mind. He gradually doubted whether all his efforts would ever be rewarded. He looked at others sometimes with seemingly less groundbreaking ideas, achieving success with an ease that baffled him. What had he missed? In a moment of near surrender, while clearing out his late grandfather's study, James stumbled upon a small, old leather-bound notebook. Its pages whispered an ancient wisdom that true abundance does not yield to fierce pursuit, but gracefully flows toward those who learn to harmonize their own energy with the ever-present frequency of abundance in the universe. The notebook described wealth not as a distant mountain to be conquered, but as a symphony that has always resonated throughout space, merely awaiting people to adjust themselves to listen and resonate with it. Crucially, this alignment was not an arduous journey of many years, but available to you immediately in this very moment through a shift in your energy state. Weary of the endless struggle, and with a faint glimmer of hope, James decided to experiment with the activating the wealth frequency practice recorded in the notebook. He consciously shifted his daily priority from doing more to aligning better. Instead of waking up with a long list of to-dos swirling in his head, he began his day with that practice, focusing on feeling the resonance of abundance from within, the peaceful certainty of success, as if already achieved. The first changes occurred within him. A profound sense of peace began to replace the chronic anxiety that had been his companion. He felt lighter, more creative. Then mysterious changes in his external world began to appear. An old college classmate, now a venture capitalist, unexpectedly reconnected with him as if out of the blue, after reading a small update about his work online, leading to an ideal partnership. A seemingly insurmountable legal barrier suddenly vanished due to an unforeseen policy change. Crucial resources, talented individuals, and supportive opportunities began to flow towards his business, through channels he could never have planned or predicted. James was astonished. Success had finally arrived, not because he had pushed harder, but because he had learned to align with a power far greater than his own solitary efforts. James's transformative journey revealed a profound secret passed down by sages through all ages. Wealth is energetic alignment, not just effort. Attracting wealth does not entirely depend on the intensity of your effort or your perceived worthiness. It is primarily the result of energetic alignment. Prosperity comes to those who align, not those who pursue. Ancient wisdom reveals that wealth does not flow to those who desperately try to chase it, but to those who know how to harmonize and resonate with the ever-present flow of abundance. The wealth frequency is ever-present and available right now. It vibrates in the air you breathe, as real as the ground beneath your feet. Alignment with this frequency is available to you immediately in this very moment through a shift in your energy state. You don't need to wait for some future condition to begin. The universe responds to resonance, not merely time or effort. The universe does not react to the time you put in or the degree to which you struggle, but to the energetic resonance you establish. The quality of energetic alignment is more important than the quantity of effort. One moment of profound resonance can be more effective than years of struggle and disconnection. Alignment opens unexpected channels of prosperity. When you align with the wealth frequency, money will find you through channels you could never have planned or predicted. Be open to receiving prosperity from unexpected sources. To help you proactively adjust your energy state and embrace the natural flow of prosperity, practice the following ritual. This is a specific method to perfectly align with the frequency of unlimited wealth, with the goal to simply tune in and receive, activating your natural state of prosperity. Practice exercise. Activating the wealth frequency. Tune in and receive preparation. Find a comfortable position, either sitting or standing. Gently place both hands over your heart center. Breathe and center. Close your eyes. Take 3 deep, gentle breaths. With each inhale, imagine you are drawing in a pure golden light, filled with peace and abundance. With each exhale, release all tension, doubt, or feelings of lack. The powerful affirmation. When you feel centered, speak the following affirmation aloud, with a sense of quiet majesty and deep inner knowing. You are not asking, you are aligning. You are not hoping, you are tuning in. I am now in perfect alignment with the frequency of unlimited wealth. Every cell in my body vibrates in joyful resonance with the abundance of the universe. I am open and ready to receive the easy flow of prosperity in all its forms. I simply align and I receive. And so it is. Feel the resonance. After speaking, remain silent for a few moments. Feel the truth of the words you have just spoken vibrating within you. Sense a shift in your energy field, a feeling of lightness, expansion, and harmony. Pay attention to the feeling of every cell in my body vibrating in harmony with abundance. Integrate. Carry this feeling of harmonious resonance with you as you continue your day. Practice this activation whenever you wish to consciously tune yourself into the frequency of wealth. The key to accessing the hidden frequency of wealth that is always present around you lies not in mere external efforts, but in inner energetic alignment. By proactively adjusting your energy state to resonate with abundance, something you can do immediately, you will activate the natural flow of prosperity, allowing money and opportunities to find you easily, unexpectedly, and with increasing abundance. Part 2. Harmonizing with the golden flow. From awareness to embodied abundance. Chapter 11. The Quantum Leap. Creating financial reality from infinite potential. When we contemplate wealth, our minds often turn to tangible physical laws, concrete efforts, and measurable results. But a deeper, more subtle reality is at play, a reality where money and prosperity not only adhere to ordinary Newtonian laws, but also dance to wondrous quantum principles. They exist in dimensions beyond the material, as a pure energy field containing countless possibilities awaiting awakening and shaping by your consciousness. Do not confine your understanding of wealth merely to what your eyes see and ears hear. Open your heart to a quantum universe of abundance. Clara, a talented and dedicated architect, felt her career was stuck in a loop of modest projects and fluctuating income. Though she worked diligently and possessed outstanding professional skills, an invisible barrier seemed to prevent her from reaching a new level of success and financial freedom. She perceived her financial situation as a solid, unchangeable block of stone, governed by market laws and the limitations of her current connections. She felt like a skilled sailor forced to steer her ship on a predetermined current, with little ability to change her course or destination. When a major project into which she had poured immense effort and hope unexpectedly collapsed at the last minute, a wave of financial stress washed over her. Clara felt trapped in a timeline of struggle and missed opportunities. The burden of existing reality became overwhelmingly heavy and seemingly unshakable. She felt like a victim of unseen external forces. In her search for answers beyond conventional strategies, Clara stumbled upon teachings that blended modern physics with ancient spiritual wisdom. The speaker described the universe not as a collection of fixed objects, but as a vast quantum field of sparkling infinite possibilities where reality remains fluid until observed or collapsed into waveform into a specific state by consciousness. Your financial situation, the speaker asserted, is not an immutable truth, but one probability wave among countless others held in place by your current focus, beliefs, and energetic signature. This idea struck Clara like a flash of lightning. Could it be that she wasn't a victim of circumstances, but an unconscious chooser of her own reality? She began practicing the quantum wealth transformation ritual. Instead of fighting her current financial truths, she started withdrawing her energy from them and focused on aligning her consciousness with a different potential reality, one of flourishing creativity, impactful projects, and effortless abundance, knowing it already existed as a vibrant possibility in the quantum field. Each morning, Clara visualized herself enveloped in a radiant golden sphere, the unmanifested energy field of all potential. Then she imagined her own consciousness expanding, merging with this energy field, becoming a point of pure awareness amidst infinite possibilities. From that state, she powerfully affirmed, "I am pure consciousness," choosing and collapsing into wave form, a reality of unlimited abundance, joy, and creative fulfillment. I release all attachment to past timelines of lack or limitation. Now I fully embody and experience the infinitely prosperous reality I have chosen. She focused on the feeling of this new reality as if it had already fully manifested. The change was truly tangible. Internally, a profound sense of peace and empowered agency replaced her previous anxiety. Externally, changes unfolded that were nothing short of miraculous. A dream project with a scale and creative scope she had always longed for but never thought achievable seemed to materialize from the quantum soup, as she later joyfully described it. A former colleague with whom she had lost contact suddenly reached out with an invitation to collaborate on that very project, saying he had an unexpected intuitive urge. New clients with more ambitious visions and larger budgets began to seek her out. It seemed the very fabric of the material world around her was gently rearranging itself to match her new inner vision and energy frequency. Clara knew with a certainty that resonated in her soul that she had consciously stepped into a new, more prosperous timeline. Clara's journey illuminates profound quantum principles regarding wealth. Wealth operates on quantum principles transcending pure materialism. It exists in dimensions beyond the material, as an energy field containing infinite possibilities. Consciousness shapes financial reality from the quantum field of possibilities. Just as subatomic particles exist in multiple states until observed, your financial reality remains in a state of flux until shaped by your consciousness. Your awareness, attention, and beliefs play an active role in creating your financial experience. Your current financial situation is not fixed, but one possibility among infinite ones. It is merely one probability among an infinity of possibilities maintained by your current focus and beliefs. There are always other timelines, other financial realities you can experience. Changing consciousness is stepping into a new timeline of prosperity. When you change your consciousness and elevate your energy frequency, you literally step into a new timeline where different financial possibilities exist. The material world will rearrange itself to align with your new inner vision and energetic signature. The universe is like a hologram. Consciousness is the projector. The universe operates like a giant hologram where each fragment contains the whole. Your consciousness is the projector that creates the reality you experience. By changing the frequency of your projector consciousness, you choose which reality is manifested. To help you proactively step fully and completely into the dimension of unlimited abundance, release timelines of lack, and affirm what already exists in the quantum field practice. The following ritual practice exercise: quantum wealth transformation, activating your prosperous timeline. Preparation: find a quiet space where you will not be disturbed. Sit or lie comfortably. Close your eyes and take several deep breaths, allowing your body and mind to relax completely. Visualize the golden sphere of potential. Imagine you are enveloped by or observing a dazzling, shimmering golden sphere of light. This sphere represents the quantum field, the unmanifested realm of all possibilities, pure potential where every prosperous reality you can imagine coexists. Feel its infinite loving and potent energy. Merge with pure consciousness. Gently allow your awareness to expand beyond the limits of your physical body. Imagine your consciousness becoming light, boundless, merging with this golden sphere. You are no longer just your name or your story. You are pure awareness, one with the field of all potential. From this state, you have the power to choose. The powerful creative affirmation. From this state of pure expanded consciousness, speak the following affirmation with deep belief and the authority of a conscious creator. You are not asking. You are choosing and decreeing your reality from the quantum field. I am pure and infinite consciousness, one with the quantum field of all possibilities. From this eternal now, I choose. I invite and I collapse into my experience. A reality of unlimited abundance, endless joy, perfect health, and profound fulfillment. I release all old timelines of lack, limitation, or struggle. Now I am fully and completely embodying and living my sacred birthright of infinite prosperity in every aspect of my life. This is the reality I choose, and so it is, right now. Feel and anchor. Remain in this state for a few moments, deeply feeling the truth of your affirmation. Feel the vibration of this new, prosperous reality anchoring into your being, into every cell. Know that through this conscious act of choosing and aligning, you are truly stepping into and actualizing this timeline, gratitude and return. Gently bring your awareness back to your physical body, carrying this new vibration with you. Open your eyes when you are ready, filled with gratitude and the serene confidence of a conscious creator. Wealth has a quantum reality where all possibilities coexist. By elevating your consciousness, changing your energy frequency, and actively observing or affirming a more prosperous reality from this infinite field of potential, you can step into a new timeline where unlimited abundance becomes your vibrant and magnificent lived experience. You are the architect of your financial reality at the quantum level, Chapter 12. The Symphony of Creation, harmonizing thought, emotion, and action to receive abundance. On the journey to prosperity, many of us believe the only path is through strenuous labor, ceaseless struggle, and extraordinary effort. While dedication and action are necessary, a deeper truth discovered by sages is this: true wealth and abundance are not created from exertion or an endless battle. Instead, they manifest naturally, easily, and gracefully when there is a perfect harmony among three key elements within you: your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. If you find attracting money incredibly difficult, you are likely inadvertently working against the natural flow, and what you need is to readjust your own inner symphony. Henry, a talented carpenter, poured immense passion into every exquisite handcrafted piece that left his small workshop. He dreamed of expanding, bringing his creations to more people, and achieving the financial freedom to pursue his passion without constant worry. He diligently visualized success and frequently spoke of his ambitious plans. However, despite these positive thoughts, an undercurrent of anxiety about making ends meet often clouded his emotions. He lay awake at night, fretting over upcoming bills or fluctuating material costs. Consequently, when expansion opportunities arose, his actions were often hesitant, tinged with the fear of risking too much, or he would underprice his products for fear of losing customers. His thoughts aimed for abundance, but his emotions often vibrated with scarcity, and his actions frequently reflected that underlying insecurity. His business, though respected for its quality, remained small, its growth agonizingly slow. He worked harder and harder, feeling increasingly frustrated, like someone trying to row a boat in 3 different directions. Why is this so difficult? He often sighed, unaware that his own internal disharmony was creating the resistance he struggled against. One afternoon, seeking some respite outside his workshop, Henry wandered into a quiet old library. He chanced upon a slim, unassuming book about an ancient principle, the triune harmony. The book explained that effortless manifestation occurs when 3 essential aspects of a human being are perfectly aligned. Thought serves as the clear blueprint, emotion provides the powerful fuel, and action brings confident confirmation to the universe. The book described how disharmony among these 3 elements creates internal chaos, disrupting the flow of abundance. Henry felt as if an electric current ran down his spine. He saw his own struggle clearly reflected in those pages. He resolved to practice this triune harmony. Thought the blueprint. Each morning he dedicated time to vividly and clearly visualize his expanded workshop bustling with happy apprentices, his unique creations gracing elegant homes worldwide, and a steady, joyful stream of income. Emotion, the fuel. While holding that clear image he actively cultivated, the feeling as if it were already true, deep joy, absolute security, gratitude for his success. He didn't just imagine it. He felt it in every fiber of his being, every cell, action, the confirmation. Then throughout the day, he began to take small, confident actions stemming from this place of already achieved success. He quoted prices for his products with calm assurance. He invested in a small quality tool he had previously postponed buying. He spoke with potential clients not with fragile hope, but with the quiet authority of a master craftsman whose value spoke for itself. The change occurred with astonishing speed. As Henry later described it, "My transformation was immediate. Within just a few weeks of dedicatedly practicing the triune harmony, a design magazine featured his work after a chance encounter. A wealthy patron, impressed by a piece he displayed, and Henry's newfound confident demeanor, placed a large custom furniture order for a new hotel. An old friend, sensing Henry's revitalized energy, approached him with a partnership offer, bringing the capital and business acumen he needed to expand. Money, opportunities, and support began to flow into his life from expected sources and entirely unexpected ones. He realized the universe had not been withholding its gifts. His own internal incongruity had been the sole barrier. Henry's journey illuminates profound universal laws. Effortless manifestation comes from harmony, not struggle. Wealth and abundance are not created through arduous labor or ceaseless struggle. Instead, they manifest naturally and easily when there is perfect harmony among three key elements: your thoughts, emotions, and actions. Thought is the blueprint, emotion is the fuel, action is the confirmation. To manifest wealth effectively, all three elements must be aligned toward the same goal. Lacking one, or when they contradict each other, the manifestation process is hindered. Disharmony creates resistance to the universal flow. Many people fail to attract wealth due to this inconsistency. This disharmony creates resistance in the universal flow. Examine yourself to see if there are any contradictions among your thoughts, emotions, and actions related to money. Transformation can be immediate when harmony is achieved. When Henry learned to harmonize these three elements, his transformation was almost instantaneous. The power of internal harmony is immense and can create rapid changes in your external reality. The universe operates by precise laws. Abundance flows naturally when unobstructed. Like a river, the universe's abundance flows naturally and easily when not obstructed by resistance caused by internal disharmony. You don't need to create abundance from nothing. It is already available. You simply need to allow it to flow into your life by achieving inner harmony. To help you proactively create this triune harmony, thereby establishing a new vibration to which the universe has begun and is responding, practice the following ancient ritual. Ancient practice of triune harmony, aligning to receive effortless abundance. Preparation. Find a quiet space where you can be undisturbed for about 10 to 15 minutes. Sit comfortably with a straight spine. Step 1. The blueprint of thought clarity. Close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths to center yourself. Now bring to mind a clear, detailed image of the specific abundance you wish to manifest, e.g., a certain income level, a successful project, financial freedom. See it in your mind's eye with as much detail as possible. What does it look like? Who is there with you? What are you doing? Hold this mental blueprint with clarity and focus for a few minutes. Step 2. The fuel of emotion, feeling as if real. As you hold that clear image, actively generate the emotions you would feel if that image were your current existing reality. Is it joy, gratitude, peace, security, excitement? Allow these emotions to flood your entire being. Immerse yourself in the emotional state of having already received what you desire. Let these positive, powerful emotions be the fuel for your manifestation. Maintain this feeling for a few minutes. Step 3. The confirmation of action, symbolic embodiment. Now, still holding that image and emotion, decide on one small symbolic physical action you can take today to confirm your belief in this reality. This action should feel harmonious and empowering, a physical declaration of your inner state. It could be as simple as making a phone call you've been postponing, sketching out a plan, clearing a space to welcome new opportunities, or even just smiling with a deep knowing of your success. Perform this action or commit to performing it as soon as possible, with the belief that it is a natural step in your already unfolding abundant reality. Integration. Conclude by taking a few more deep breaths, knowing that by harmonizing your thought, emotion, and this symbolic action, you have established a powerful, consistent vibration into the universe, a vibration to which the universe has begun and is responding. The method for effortlessly manifesting money lies in achieving perfect and consistent harmony among your thoughts, emotions, and actions. When these three elements resonate together with the frequency of abundance, you will eliminate resistance, align yourself with the natural flow of the universe, and witness prosperity manifest in your life quickly, unexpectedly, and with increasing fulfillment. Chapter 13. The Masterpiece of Prosperity. Crafting your unique vibrational signature. In the preceding pages, we have explored together that prosperity consciousness carries a distinctive vibrational signature, a set of invisible yet powerful qualities, attitudes, language, and behaviors commonly shared by those who naturally attract abundance. Identifying and beginning to reflect these signatures is a crucial step. Now we will venture deeper, moving beyond mere learning or imitation to the journey of crafting a masterpiece, your own unique, authentic vibrational signature of prosperity. For although the principles of wealth are universal, their expression through each individual possesses a distinct beauty and power. This chapter is an invitation to transform from knowing and following to being fully and naturally. Daniel, a young teacher and initiator of many community projects, had absorbed the knowledge of prosperity consciousness and diligently worked on his mindset. He understood the principles well. However, Daniel frequently faced a challenge: how to maintain prosperity language and inner certainty when those around him, from colleagues and friends to the media, constantly emphasized lack, budget cuts, and gloomy economic prospects. At times he felt unnatural, even out of place, trying to think and speak differently. Then Daniel realized that true embodiment wasn't about rigidly repeating affirmations that felt foreign, but about finding his own voice of abundance, his unique way of expressing inner certainty that aligned with his personality and cherished values. He began to focus on small, sincere expressions of gratitude and identifying opportunities in every situation. He learned to gently withdraw from negative conversations about scarcity without judgment. More importantly, he focused on nurturing an inner sense of certainty, allowing his language to flow naturally from that internal state. Gradually, his words became genuinely inspiring and uplifting, attracting more support for his community projects. Necessary resources began to appear in unexpected ways, proving that the authentic and unique expression of prosperity consciousness is even more powerful than mere imitation. Sophia, a freelance designer with an artistic, free-flowing talent, had previously struggled with the starving artist mindset, perhaps like Eleanor or Martha, whom we met in earlier chapters. She had learned to reflect some successful attitudes from others, but sometimes still felt like she was putting on an act. A difficult choice presented itself: accept a large corporate project that was financially secure but didn't truly ignite her creative passion, a decision based on fear of lack or trust. Her intuition and hold space for creatively fulfilling projects aligned with her aspirations, even if the immediate financial path seemed less clear. A decision based on opportunity and faith in the flow. Sophia decided to truly embody the principles of prosperity. She respectfully declined the corporate project, affirming her belief that aligned creative opportunities that would also bring abundance, would surely appear. She focused on her unique artistic vision, infusing it with joy and confidence, treating her talent and her financial well-being with equal reverence. She cultivated a profound equanimity regarding time. By staying true to her authentic, creative signature while embodying belief and an opportunity-oriented mindset, Sophia attracted ideal clients and projects. Her work gained recognition for its unique style, and financial success followed not as a result of compromise but as the fruit of authentically living her own prosperity consciousness. Sophia had crafted her own unique version of a successful artist's vibrational signature. The journeys of Daniel and Sophia continue to illuminate deeper aspects of universal laws. Wealthy individuals carry a distinctive vibrational signature, and you can create your own unique version. Beyond identifying common qualities, finding how to authentically express those qualities through your personal lens is paramount. Inner certainty of abundance becomes a core belief, deeply personalized. It's not auto-suggestion, but a profound understanding, a state of knowing that you and abundance are one, expressed through your unique being. Language and communication naturally and authentically reflect prosperity consciousness. Your words will automatically carry the energy of trust and positive expectation when they stem from a transformed inner state. A respectful attitude towards money and decision-making from opportunity becomes second nature. When prosperity consciousness is deeply integrated, you will naturally see opportunities everywhere and make choices geared towards growth with a healthy respect for financial resources. Equanimity with time and trust in the flow are expressions of deep alignment. This patience is not passive waiting, but an active trust in the wise workings of the universe, knowing that everything will arrive at the perfect time. Beyond reflection lies authentic embodiment. The transition from reflecting to embodying is when prosperous qualities are no longer something you try to express, but truly become a part of you, radiating naturally. The world responds to your authentic, upgraded version when you not only change your vibrational signature but also live it fully and uniquely. The world will reflect back that new integrity and strength. This journey is not about wearing an ill-fitting coat, but about weaving a beautiful garment from the very threads of your being, dyed with the colors of abundance. Here are some prompts to continue crafting your own masterpiece of prosperity. Reflection practices, crafting and living your unique prosperity signature. Authentic expression journaling. Dedicate time to journaling, not just to repeat generic affirmations, but to explore what inner certainty of abundance feels like and sounds like to you. What words, images, and emotions truly resonate with the most prosperous version of yourself. Mindful self-correction. Learn to gently recognize when you slip into old patterns in your speech, e.g., complaining about lack or fear-based decisions. When you notice, don't blame yourself, but lovingly guide yourself back to your desired vibrational state using the tools you've learned. Honoring your uniqueness as a conduit for prosperity. Reflect on how your unique talents, passions, and qualities can become powerful channels for both expressing and receiving abundance. How can you serve the world as your most authentic self, trusting that prosperity will be a natural result, experimenting with new expressions? Choose one small aspect of your life or work. For 1 week, try to act, speak, and make decisions entirely from the most authentic, prosperous version of yourself that you have envisioned. Observe what happens both internally and externally. The journey of mastering prosperity consciousness is a journey back to the truest, most radiant, and most abundant version of yourself. The vibrational signatures we've discussed are guiding beacons, but the ultimate masterpiece is the unique, vibrant, and whole expression of prosperity through you, a masterpiece capable of naturally and gracefully attracting a corresponding reality. Chapter 14. Echoes of Power. Ancient Rituals as Gateways to Abundance. Within the treasure troves of wisdom from ancient civilizations lies a profound understanding of the intricate connection between humanity and the universe. between consciousness and material manifestation. They flourished not only through manual labor or technical innovations, but also through sacred rituals, practices involving the chanting of sounds at specific frequencies, symbolic hand gestures, mudras, and regulated breathing patterns, combined with powerful declarations. These were not merely superstitious rites, but sophisticated energy technologies, intricately designed to attune the practitioner to specific frequencies of prosperity and abundance. The ancients understood that we can fully interact with and influence the universal energy field through intentional methods, thereby inviting affluence into our lives. Dr. Evelyn Reed, an erudite researcher of ancient civilizations, had dedicated her life to deciphering forgotten texts and unearthing the subtle knowledge of past ages. Her academic achievements were commendable, yet her personal finances and funding for her groundbreaking research were often an arduous struggle in a modern world that favors purely materialistic approaches to progress. She was frequently astounded by ancient texts describing complex rituals, specific chants, refined hand gestures, controlled breathing, combined with potent declarations, all seemingly aimed at invoking prosperity and well-being. Initially, though intellectually captivated, a part of Evelyn, shaped by modern skepticism, still viewed these practices more as cultural heritage or symbolic expressions rather than technologies with actual power. However, when crucial research funding was denied, threatening to halt a project she had poured her heart into for years, the burden of financial constraints weighed heavily, prompting her to question the practical value of her life's work in the face of material demands. She wondered, did the ancients know something essential that modern society had dismissed or forgotten? Driven by academic curiosity, mingled with a deepening personal need, Evelyn delved into the more esoteric aspects of her research. She began to notice a common thread running through diverse ancient cultures, a profound understanding that wealth exists first in the unseen realms before materializing in the physical world. She realized these rituals were not naive beliefs, but sophisticated energy technologies designed to build a bridge between these dimensions to attune the practitioner to specific frequencies of abundance. Their power, she discovered, lay not in blind faith, but in focused intention, unwavering belief, and precise application. She decided to reconstruct a practice, a sacred invocation of abundance, synthesizing elements she found across various traditions and committed to performing it with the sincerity and focus of an ancient priestess. Every early dawn, before the sun had yet risen, Evelyn faced east, performing her reconstructed ritual, combining specific hand gestures, visualizing a radiant golden light, and reciting declarations with a conviction that grew stronger each day. She committed to this practice continuously for 40 days. Around the 30th day, remarkable things began to happen. The very funding body that had previously rejected her unexpectedly recontacted her, stating they had re-evaluated based on new internal criteria and decided to grant full funding for her project, along with an apology for their initial oversight. An anonymous benefactor, after hearing about her specific research interests, through an obscure academic newsletter, donated a rare collection of artifacts directly related to her work, opening up entirely new avenues of discovery. Evelyn knew with a certainty that resonated more profoundly than any academic theory that these were not random coincidences. She had tapped into a timeless energy technology, and the universe had responded to her adjusted frequency. Ancient wisdom truly retained its power. Evelyn's story illuminates timeless principles. Ancient rituals are energy technologies for attracting prosperity. Far from being mere superstitions, practices like chanting mudras and breathwork, combined with declarations, are complex energy technologies designed to attune the practitioner to specific prosperity frequencies. Wealth originates in the unseen realm before manifesting physically. A crucial understanding of the ancients was that wealth exists first in the unseen realms before materializing in the physical world. Rituals help create a bridge between the spiritual and material realms, opening channels for prosperity to flow. The power of ancient wisdom remains intact. Although these practices have been largely forgotten or buried under materialistic thinking, those who rediscover and apply these ancient methods with sincerity often experience significant financial shifts. Their power lies not in complexity, but in their ability to attune your energy. Focused intention and unwavering belief are key. The efficacy of sacred rituals lies not just in the words or actions themselves, but more importantly, in the focused intention and unwavering belief the practitioner invests in them. This is what activates the ritual's power. Specific elements of ritual help focus energy and intention, adhering to elements like timing, dawn direction, east gestures, visualization, and precise wording, as in the sacred invocation of abundance, helps concentrate energy and intention effectively. Consistency in practice yields results. Daily ritual performance, for example, for an uninterrupted 40 days is emphasized to build and reinforce energetic resonance, creating sustainable change, so that you can personally experience the power of these timeless practices. Here is a ritual synthesized from various ancient traditions designed to create a powerful resonance with universal abundance. Practice exercise. Sacred invocation of abundance. An ancient ritual for modern prosperity, optimal time and direction. Perform this ritual daily at dawn as the first light of the new day begins to appear. Stand facing east, the direction of new beginnings and illuminating light. Preparation. Stand tall yet relaxed, feet shoulder width apart. Take a few deep breaths to calm and center your mind. Mudra, hand gesture. Bring your hands together in front of your chest, palms gently touching in a prayer position. Anjali mudra, or you may practice a specific receptive mudra, E.G. Palms facing upwards, tips of thumb and index finger lightly touching. Golden light visualization. Close your eyes. Visualize a brilliant, warm, and pure golden light streaming down from the heavens above or radiating from the eastern horizon, enveloping your entire being. Feel this light, infusing every cell, carrying the vibration of pure, limitless abundance. The sacred invocation. Speak with authority and belief. Focusing on the golden light and the feeling of abundance, recite the following invocation aloud, with clear intention and unwavering belief. Let every word resonate from your heart. By the sacred light of dawn and the infinite wisdom of the East, I now invoke the boundless abundance of the universe. I am a conduit for limitless prosperity. I am open and ready to receive the endless flow of wealth, opportunity, and all good things. Golden light of creation, fill me, surround me, attune me. May prosperity manifest in my life for my highest good and the good of all. With unwavering faith, I declare this so. It is done. It is done. It is done. Integration and gratitude. After reciting, remain silent for a few moments, feeling the truth of the words you have spoken, feeling the golden light and sensing the shift in your energy. Conclude with a deep sense of gratitude. 40-day commitment. For profound and lasting results, commit to performing this sacred invocation of abundance daily, without interruption, for a 40-day cycle. This consistency will build powerful energetic momentum. The sacred rituals of the ancients were not superstitious customs, but sophisticated and potent methods for working with universal energy to attract wealth. By practicing these rituals with focused intention, unwavering belief, and consistency, you can attune your energy frequency to harmonize with the infinite abundance of the universe, thereby opening prosperous flows into your material life naturally and fulfillingly. Chapter 15. The Alchemy of Abundance, letting money work for you, instead of you working for money. In our society, a belief has been deeply ingrained in the subconscious over many generations that money can only be earned by directly exchanging one's time and effort. Sweat and tears, diligent hard work are almost the sole measures for value and material reward. While dedication and honest labor are always commendable, this very belief inadvertently creates an invisible limitation, a ceiling inhibiting the ability to achieve true prosperity. It's difficult for anyone to become truly wealthy if they are bound solely by the limited hours in a day and their own finite energy. Today, we will explore another path together, an alchemy of abundance, where money is not just the fruit of labor, but also an ally, a resource capable of self-multiplication and working for you. Thomas, a master leather craftsman, was renowned for his exquisitely hand-stitched bags and accessories. His workshop was his sanctuary, where he poured countless hours into perfecting each piece, his calloused hands a testament to his tireless dedication. His income was quite good, directly reflecting the hours he labored, but it was also inextricably linked to his personal effort. He held a deep-seated belief passed down from his hard-working father that true money only comes from the sweat of one's brow, and that to earn more one simply had to work more hours. He prided himself on his work ethic, but a quiet exhaustion was gradually setting in. The exchanging time for money mindset had unknowingly created a limit to his prosperity. He longed for more time with his young family, for the freedom to explore new creative designs without the constant pressure of billable hours. Yet that equation seemed unbreakable. If he wasn't personally working, his income stream would dry up. He felt trapped, his dreams of greater abundance constrained by the finite hours in a day. One evening, while reluctantly attending a local association meeting for artisans and small business owners, he listened to a guest speaker, a quietly successful woman who had built a thriving business from a craft similar to his. She spoke not of working harder, but of working smarter, of creating systems of flow where money could work for you instead of you always having to work for it. She talked about leverage, about teaching skills to others, about creating assets that could generate income even when she wasn't directly involved. Thomas was initially skeptical. It sounded too easy, perhaps even somewhat less noble than directly exchanging his skilled labor for wages, but her words kept replaying in his mind. He began to experiment timidly at first. He meticulously documented his unique stitching techniques and special leather treatment processes, creating a detailed manual, a first step towards a system. He took on a young, bright apprentice, investing time to teach him the craft, viewing him not as an expense but as leverage for the future. He designed a set of specialized, highly ergonomic tools that significantly improved efficiency and reduced fatigue. After perfecting them, he explored the possibility of patenting and licensing the designs to a tool manufacturer, creating a potential passive income stream. He began to allocate a small, regular portion of his income to a carefully chosen investment fund, learning the basics of how money could multiply on its own. The changes didn't happen overnight, but they were profound. With his apprentice now able to handle many standard orders, Thomas had more time to focus on high-end custom designs and creative innovations. The training manual made the apprenticeship process more efficient. The prospect of income from his tool designs brought a new sense of excitement. His small investments began to show modest but encouraging growth. For the first time, Thomas experienced income streams not entirely dependent on his direct hour-by-hour labor. He was transforming his mindset from that of a dedicated craftsman to that of a wise investor and a system creator. He realized the alchemy of abundance wasn't magic, but an understanding and application of principles that allow wealth to grow and circulate in ways he had never before imagined. Thomas's journey illuminates fundamental universal laws. The exchanging time for money mentality is an invisible limitation. The age-old belief that money can only be earned by directly trading time and effort creates an unseen cap on wealth. One can hardly become truly prosperous if bound solely by the limited hours in a day. Money seeks multiplication, not just simple exchange. Money doesn't necessarily flow to those who work the hardest in the traditional sense, but to those who understand its nature. The nature of money is to seek multiplication, not merely a one-to-one exchange of effort for income. Let money work for you. Work smart. Wealthy individuals often work smart rather than just hard. They establish systems, invest, and use leverage to allow money to work for them instead of them working for money. Their wealth can grow even while they sleep. The universe's abundance is not limited by time or effort. The belief that only honest labor brings prosperity can inadvertently limit you. The universe and its abundance know no limits of personal time or effort. It responds to your alignment and awareness. Shift your mindset from worker to investor, system creator. When Thomas began to change his mindset, moving beyond being just a laborer to becoming an investor, however small, and a creator of leverage, new opportunities emerged. This shift in how you view your role concerning money is a crucial turning point. To help you change these deeply ingrained beliefs and reprogram your subconscious and your energy, practice the following spiritual exercise. Practice exercise. Transcending the time money. Exchange with 2 energy transforming coins. Preparation. Find 2 identical coins. Hold one coin in your left palm and the other in your right palm. Find a quiet moment to sit comfortably. Coin 1. Left hand. The energy of limited labor. Close your eyes. Focus on the coin in your left palm. Let this coin represent money earned entirely through the direct exchange of your personal time and effort. Your salaried job, your billable hours. Feel the energy of this. The effort, the hard work. Perhaps even a sense of being limited by the hours in the day. The feeling of, if I don't work, I don't earn. Acknowledge this energy without judgment. Coin 2. Right hand. The energy of multiplication and infinite flow. Now shift your focus to the coin in your right palm. Let this coin represent money flowing to you through systems, investments, leverage, creative ideas, and alignment with the universe's abundant flow money that can grow and multiply independently of your direct hour-by-hour labor. Feel the energy of this expansion, ease, flow, potential, freedom. Notice the difference in sensation between the 2 coins. The transforming affirmation. Still holding both coins, bring your awareness to your heart space. Recite the following affirmation aloud with full conviction, feeling the shift in your energy as you speak. I acknowledge the value of my dedicated efforts. Now I release the belief that my wealth is solely limited by the direct exchange of my time and labor. I embrace the truth that money seeks multiplication and that the universe's abundance flows through myriad channels. I open myself to receive wealth through inspired ideas, intelligent systems, wise investments, and alignment with the universal flow. I allow money to work for me easily and joyfully, creating ever-expanding prosperity. And so it is. Integration. Place both coins into your right palm or a special place symbolizing the union of smart labor with the principle of multiplication and flow. Carry the feeling of the right-hand coin, the expansive, easy abundance, with you. To achieve true prosperity, you need to move beyond the traditional work ethic, where money is only a direct exchange for time and effort. Instead, cultivate a wealth consciousness, understanding that money has the capacity to multiply and work for you through channels like investments, systems, and leverage. This shift in mindset and belief will open up limitless ways for abundance to flow into your life, bringing freedom and fulfillment far beyond what you once envisioned. Chapter 16. The Sovereign Decree, Commanding Wealth Through the Power of the Word. Since primordial times, sages and mystics have understood a profound secret. Words are not merely tools for communication and information exchange. They are living energy entities. Sound vibrations, when combined with unwavering intention and ironclad belief, possess an extraordinary power capable of reshaping the very fabric of reality, including your financial destiny. This is a forgotten science of sacred sound, an understanding that you can actively create or inadvertently destroy your prosperity through every word you utter. Alice, whom we met on her journey of discovering the miracle of the law of giving, continued to delve deeper into ancient wisdom. She was captivated by ancient records, philosophical texts, hinting at a science of sacred sound. These texts suggested that certain words or phrases, when pronounced with clear intent and inner authority, could interact directly with the universe's energy field, altering a person's financial frequency. Despite her previous spiritual experiences, a part of Alice still found this idea almost too direct, too magical in a world accustomed to believing solely in material effort. Although her financial situation had significantly improved, Alice still sensed certain fluctuations and yearned for a more stable, effortless flow of prosperity. She wondered if there was a more proactive and potent method to adjust her financial frequency beyond conventional positive thinking. Driven by an inner curiosity and a thirst for discovery, Alice decided to conduct an experiment herself. She meticulously researched phrases, intonations, and the principles of sacred command from various ancient traditions, seeking common denominators of power and authority. Then she composed her own concise, potent, sacred wealth decrees. With a blend of reverence and determination, Alice committed to practicing the sacred wealth decree ritual. Each morning she stood before a mirror, placed her hand on her heart, looked deeply into her own eyes in the reflection, and recited those decrees. She didn't whisper them timidly or repeat them mechanically. She decreed them with the calm, steady, and absolute belief of a sovereign master speaking to their domain. She focused intensely on the vibration those words created within and around her, on the absolute certainty that what she spoke was an unshakable truth already in the process of manifesting. Alice committed to this ritual for a 40-day cycle, a period often mentioned in ancient texts as a phase of complete transformation. The changes she experienced were truly profound. It wasn't just about unexpected sums of money appearing, though that happened too. More importantly, her entire attitude and energy towards wealth were transformed. A deep sense of financial peace and empowered mastery became ingrained in her core being. Creative ideas for generating income flowed to her with unusual clarity. Opportunities began to find her, aligning themselves gracefully and easily. People around her responded with newfound respect and willingness to collaborate on mutually beneficial projects. Alice felt from the depths of her soul that her financial frequency had been fundamentally recalibrated. It seemed the universe had no choice but to respond to her new, authoritative presence. Alice's journey illuminates potent universal principles. Words are powerful keys to command wealth. Ancient wisdom affirms that words, when imbued with unwavering intention, have the power to reshape the very fabric of reality, including your financial destiny. Prosperous people use words as commands, not wishes. They declare and decree to the universe. Their words carry the weight of understanding and absolute certainty, and the universe responds to that authority. The vibration of words is more important than the mere words themselves. The secret lies not just in the chosen words, but more significantly in the vibration they carry. The emotion, belief, and intention behind your words will amplify or diminish their power. The ancient science of sacred sound can change financial frequency. There is a forgotten science of sacred sound, how certain words spoken with authority can alter a person's financial destiny's frequency. A 40-day cycle for complete transformation, practicing wealth decrees with absolute belief for 40 consecutive days, is considered a complete transformation cycle, a mystical gateway through which your desires must manifest. The universe must respond to your authoritative presence. When you practice these decrees with belief and authority, the universe has no choice but to respond to your authoritative presence. Unseen hands will arrange circumstances in your favor so that you can actively intervene in your energy field, restructure your relationship with wealth at a quantum level, and activate ancient prosperity codes in your consciousness. Practice the following powerful ritual. Practice exercise sacred wealth. Decreeing your infinite abundance. Preparation. Each morning, ideally upon waking or shortly thereafter, stand before a mirror. Gently place your right hand over your heart center. Look deeply and lovingly into your own eyes in the mirror. Posture of authority. Stand tall yet relaxed. Exude a sense of quiet majesty and inherent power. You are preparing to interact with the creative forces of the universe. The sacred decrees speak with calm, unwavering belief. Looking into your eyes in the mirror, recite the following decrees aloud or similar ones that resonate deeply with you. Imbue each word with absolute belief and the feeling that they are already true. By divine power and the decree of my true self, I am unlimited abundance made manifest. All channels of prosperity are now fully open to me. I command the full and easy flow of riches, wealth, and all good things into my life and experience. My word is law in my world. The universe joyfully conspires to bring me my highest good and greatest prosperity. I am a powerful magnet attracting financial miracles and blessings. Every cell of my being vibrates in perfect harmony with opulence and infinite supply. I am wealth. I am abundance. I am divine provision. It is done. It is complete. And so it is. Feel the resonance. After reciting, remain silent for a moment. Feel the power of the words you have just spoken resonating within and around you. Sense the shift in your energy. Know that you have activated ancient prosperity codes within your consciousness. The 40-day transformation cycle. Commit to practicing this ritual with unwavering belief for 40 consecutive days. This dedicated cycle is considered by many traditions to be a period potent enough to restructure energy and manifest profound changes. Trust that this mystical gateway will open for you. Your words, when imbued with powerful intention and unwavering belief, become mantras capable of directing the flow of wealth. By consistently practicing these sacred wealth decrees with authority, you are activating ancient prosperity codes, restructuring your energy at a quantum level, and commanding the universe to manifest infinite abundance in your life. Remember, you have the power to influence the universe through your inner state and your potent spoken word. Chapter 17. The Hidden Prosperity Magnet, Unleashing the Mind's Creative Power. In the silent stillness of an early morning, as the first shy rays of sunlight crept through the window, Sarah often sat her easel holding an unfinished piece, her mind heavy. She was a talented painter, her canvases concealing a world of profound color and emotion that touched the heart of anyone who beheld them. Yet Sarah's life was frequently engulfed in financial worry. Piled up bills, scarce commissions, and a sense of helplessness were like a dark cloud obscuring the fiery passion within her. She believed in her art, but it seemed an invisible wall blocked prosperity from reaching her. Sarah often sighed, wondering if fate had ordained a modest life for artists where material wealth was but a distant dream. One day, while wandering through an old dusty bookstore, a small book with a time-stained title caught her attention. It wasn't practical business advice, but pages written about the latent power of the mind. Initially, Sarah was skeptical. Could thoughts and visualizations truly change this harsh reality? But something in those lines, a simple yet powerful truth, held her captive. The book spoke of an innate magnetic force within each of us, a wealth magnet waiting to be activated. It asserted that wealth, before it can be touched by hand, must be clearly visualized and felt in the mind. Sarah decided to try. Every evening before sleep and every morning upon waking, she dedicated time to visualization. She didn't just see her paintings hanging prominently in prestigious galleries. She felt the elation of receiving praise, the warm handshakes of collectors, and the subtle sound of her bank account balance increasing. She envisioned herself freely buying the best art supplies without worrying about the cost. She felt the peace and security of knowing all her needs were met. Most importantly, she allowed feelings of gratitude, joy, and certainty about her success to flood her being as if all of it had already truly happened. Gradually, a wondrous change began to unfold. First came small things. An old friend unexpectedly contacted her to buy a painting. A small gallery in a neighboring town invited her to participate in an exhibition. Then larger opportunities started to find their way to her. The images she cultivated in her mind, the emotions she nurtured daily, seemed to be silently weaving a new reality. Sarah realized she wasn't just daydreaming, she was actively reprogramming her subconscious, awakening the prosperous artist who had long been dormant. She understood that her mind was her most powerful magnet. Sarah's story is not an isolated miracle, but a testament to a profound universal law. Consider Michael, a young, passionate architect facing the imminent bankruptcy of the small firm he had poured his heart into building. Major projects repeatedly turned him down, debts mounted, and family pressure nearly broke him. Michael sank into despair, his mind filled only with images of failure, of closing his company, of shame. In a rare, quiet moment while looking at his unfinished designs, a thought sparked by a talk he once heard about the power of mental focus flashed through his mind. He remembered the speaker saying that the brain doesn't differentiate between a vividly imagined experience and a real one, so why not try to trick his brain into believing he had already succeeded? Michael began the practice. Instead of wallowing in anxiety, he dedicated 30 minutes each day to visualization. He saw himself confidently walking into meetings, persuasively presenting groundbreaking ideas. He heard clients' applause, felt the firm handshake sealing major contracts. He envisioned his office bustling again, employees working cheerfully, and above all, he deeply felt the pride and relief as money flowed in, as the company was not only saved, but thriving more than ever. He didn't just see success, he lived in it with all his senses and emotions. He smelled the fresh scent of new blueprints, heard the joyful clatter of keyboards, and tasted the sweet coffee of celebrating success. The miracle happened. Michael's energy changed. He became more confident, creative ideas began to flow. He approached potential clients with an entirely different demeanor, an inner certainty he previously lacked. And then a large contract arrived, like a reflection of what he had persistently created in his mind. Others followed. Michael's company not only escaped bankruptcy but soared to new heights. He understood that before the outer world could change, his inner world had to change first. Experiences like Sarah's and Michael's are not coincidental. They reveal a timeless truth. Deep within each of us lies an innate, powerful magnetic force, a hidden wealth magnet capable of attracting untold prosperity. Most of us are unaware of or don't know how to activate this gift. You already possess the most powerful tool for creating wealth. Your mind. Wealth in all its forms always appears first in the mind before manifesting in the physical world. This is a law understood and taught by ancient masters. Before affluence can be touched by hand, it must be visualized, conceived, and clearly felt in the inner world. Prioritize building wealth from within in your thoughts and emotions as an indispensable foundational step. Modern science today confirms what the ancients knew. Intuitively, your brain cannot distinguish between an experience vividly imagined in sensory detail and an actual experience. When you visualize intensely with full color, sound, scent, touch, and emotion, your brain reacts as if it's truly happening. This is the scientific basis for the extraordinary power of visualization You can trick your brain into believing you are already wealthy, thereby activating biological and energetic mechanisms to attract corresponding circumstances, people, and opportunities. However, for visualization to be truly effective, it's not enough to merely see money or symbols of affluence. What's more crucial is to feel it intensely and authentically. The combination of a clear mental image, detailed, vivid, through all senses and authentic emotion, joy, gratitude, certainty, peace, creates a powerful resonant magnetic force, drawing wealth towards you. Emotion is the fuel for the rocket of visualization. A visualization lacking the fire of emotion is like a seed sown on barren ground, unlikely to sprout into reality. Therefore, the wealth visioning practice is not mere idle daydreaming. When performed regularly, daily, with unwavering faith in your own power and that of the universe, you are actively programming your subconscious to attract precisely what you visualize. You are sowing powerful seeds of prosperity into the fertile soil of your subconscious, and with proper care through maintaining positive emotions, these seeds will surely sprout, blossom, and bear fruit into the reality you desire. The key to this practice lies in detailing the senses and nurturing authentic emotions. When you visualize, ask yourself, what do you see? Colors, shapes, light. What do you hear? Sounds of success. The voice of abundance. What do you smell? The scent of new money, a luxurious living space, or simply the fragrance of freedom. What do you touch? The soft feel of banknotes, the solidity of a dream home, and most importantly, how do you feel? Let authentic emotions of deep gratitude, pure joy, and absolute certainty that it is already yours flood every cell of your body. Practice exercise, activating your prosperity magnet. Choose a quiet space. Find a place where you will not be disturbed for at least 15-20 minutes. Sit or lie comfortably, close your eyes, and take a few deep breaths to relax your body and mind. Clearly define your wealth. What does wealth mean to you? It could be a specific sum of money, a dream home, a thriving business, financial freedom to pursue passions, or the ability to help loved ones. Be as specific as possible. Build a vivid mental picture. Begin to visualize that you have already achieved that wealthy goal. See, where are you? What are you wearing? What surrounds you? Pay attention to the smallest details. If it's money, clearly see the denominations, the amount. If it's a house, see the color of the paint, the furniture, the garden. Hear, what sounds do you hear? Joyful laughter, melodious music, words of congratulation, or simply the peaceful silence of an abundant life. Smell. Is there a particular scent? The aroma of morning coffee in your comfortable kitchen, the smell of the ocean if you're on vacation, the scent of a new car. Touch. What are you touching? The steering wheel of your dream car, the keys to your new home, or the embrace of a loved one sharing your joy. Taste, if applicable, the taste of a sumptuous meal, the sweet taste of success. Immerse yourself in emotion. This is the most crucial step. Once the mental picture is clear, focus on feeling. Feel extreme joy, limitless gratitude, pride, security, freedom. Let these emotions surge powerfully within you, as if it were all true in this very moment. Smile. Feel the vibration in every cell. Hold the image and emotion. Maintain this state for several minutes, completely immersed in the wealthy reality you have created. Conclude with gratitude. Before opening your eyes silently, thank the universe, thank your subconscious, thank yourself for creating this experience. Trust that what you have visualized and felt is on its way to you. Repeat daily practice. This exercise every day, preferably in the morning after waking and in the evening before sleep, when your mind is most receptive. Persistence and consistency are key. Remember, you are not just daydreaming. You are engaging in a deliberate creative process. You are using the extraordinary power of your mind to shape your financial reality. When you create clear images of prosperity in your mind and combine them with authentic emotions as if they have already happened, you are activating a powerful inner magnet, reprogramming your subconscious and opening the door to attract infinite abundance into your life. Believe in the hidden prosperity magnet within you and begin creating the life you've always dreamed of starting today. Chapter 18. Sacred Hands. Tapping into the endless flow of abundance. Have you ever truly contemplated the hidden power within your hands? Daily they touch the world, create labor, and express love. But beyond their visible physical functions, your hands possess a sacred power, a wondrous ability to direct the flow of abundance in ways few suspect. Since ancient times, mystics and wise masters have silently preserved and taught the secret of using the subtle energy of the hands to communicate with the universe and attract prosperity. It is time for us to awaken this energetic potential, to recognize and honor our hands as subtle instruments for interacting with the invisible currents of life. Imagine David, a pottery artisan, whose skilled hands could breathe soul into clay, transforming it into exquisite works of art. His creations were beautiful and unique, yet his small shop was often empty. He worked diligently, pouring sweat and passion into each product, but the flow of money always seemed to hesitate at his doorstep. David felt an invisible blockage, a frustration that his efforts didn't yield deserving rewards. He wondered if there was something he didn't know, some aspect of creation he had overlooked. Once on a journey seeking new inspiration, David chanced upon an elderly, reclusive artisan living in the mountains. The old master didn't teach him more pottery techniques or glaze formulas, but shared insights about the breath of the hands. He said that before touching the clay, an artisan must awaken the energy in their palms, turning them into magnets that attract beauty and richness from the universe. He guided David on how to hold his hands in a receptive posture, palms facing upward, visualizing a warm golden light from the universe pouring into them, feeling a tingling of vibrant aliveness spreading. He taught him gentle circular movements of the palms, as if gathering invisible particles of energy. Initially, David was somewhat skeptical, but he persisted with the practice each morning before starting his work. Gradually, he felt a difference. His hands seemed to become more sensitive, warmer, and a miracle occurred. The pots and dishes he made were not only beautiful in form, but also emanated a special energy, an indescribable attraction. Customers began to seek him out, saying they felt something very different from his work. Larger orders started coming in, not just locally, but from distant places. David smiled. He understood that his hands were not just creating pottery, but were also directing a subtle flow of abundance. A similar story comes from Emily, an energy therapist. She had the ability to soothe pain and bring peace to others with her hands. Yet there was a period when her therapy room became quiet. Her own energy seemed depleted, making her doubt her abilities. Emily felt she was giving so much but not receiving the necessary balance to sustain her life and work. In an advanced course on ancient healing methods, Emily was reintroduced to a seemingly forgotten concept. Hands are not only tools for transmitting energy outward, but also gateways for receiving energy inward. She learned that money, like all other forms of energy in the universe, responds to and is attracted by compatible energies, much like metal drawn to a magnet. She could become a magnet, attracting the flow of prosperity by attuning her own energy, especially through her hands. Emily began a new practice. Every early morning as dawn just broke, she faced east, stood firmly, her hands extended forward, palms open to the sky. She visualized a river of radiant golden light, symbolizing wealth and blessings flowing from the infinite source of the universe, filling her palms. She felt that energy growing stronger, warmer, with a magnetic pull. She performed gentle circular movements with her palms, as if inviting and gathering that flow. She focused her entire mind with an absolute certainty that she deserved to receive this abundance. Before long, an astonishing transformation took place. Emily's therapy sessions became deeper and more effective. Clients sensed a new, powerful energy emanating from her. They referred many others. Emily's financial flow was not only restored, but became more plentiful than before. She realized that by actively awakening ancient energy channels through specific gestures and visualizations, she had cleared the way for prosperity to naturally flow into her life. You see, the secret is not far-fetched. It lies in the combination of precise hand movements and the unwavering focus of the mind. When you perform symbolic gestures like rotating your palms in small circles to gather energy flow while simultaneously holding a clear intention and absolute belief in the outcome, you create a powerful resonance. Both your body and mind must participate in sync. Physical action needs to be uplifted and amplified by strong inner intention and belief. Understand that money and its spiritual nature respond to focused intent, much like a river seeking its natural course. You don't need to struggle or force it. Instead, learn to create favorable conditions to guide and shape the invisible currents of prosperity with your hands and mind. When you do this, you are creating an open pathway for abundance to find you naturally and easily. Consistent practice will awaken the eternal channels of prosperity that have lain dormant within you. The sacred money flow practice described below, when performed with dedication, awareness, and deep faith, will help you connect with the infinite river of universal prosperity, making financial transformation not just a possibility, but a natural and inevitable outcome. Practice exercise. Sacred money flow. Ideal time: dawn, when the energy of the new day is purest and most potent. Direction: stand or sit comfortably facing east, the direction of new beginnings and light. Mental preparation. Take several deep breaths. Let go of all worries and doubts. Cultivate a sense of reverence and readiness to receive. Initial hand posture: extend both hands forward at chest level, palms facing up, fingers naturally slightly curved, as if you are ready to receive a precious gift. Visualization and sensation. Close your eyes or keep a soft, unfocused gaze. Visualize a brilliant, warm, golden stream of light flowing from the east, from the rising sun, or from an infinite cosmic energy source. See this stream of light flowing into your palms. Feel the warmth, the gentle tingling, or a gradually increasing magnetic sensation in your palms. Attracting movement: slowly rotate both palms in small counterclockwise circles. Left hand circles inward towards the chest, then up, right hand similarly, as if you are gently gathering and drawing this golden energy towards you. Perform this movement slowly, consciously. While doing so, hold the image of the golden light becoming denser, concentrating in your palms and flowing into your body, spreading to every cell. Affirmation and intention. In your mind or in a soft whisper, speak affirmations with absolute certainty. I open myself to receive the endless flow of universal prosperity. Money and abundance flow to me easily and naturally. My hands are magnets attracting wealth. I am grateful for the affluence coming to me right now. Feel the abundance. Spend a few minutes truly feeling this energy. Feel the wealth, security, joy, and gratitude flooding your being. Believe that you have connected with that flow. Conclusion. Slowly lower your hands, resting them on your lap or bringing them together in front of your chest for a moment. Breathe deeply and thank the universe, thank the energy of life, and thank yourself for performing this practice. Consistent practice. Perform this exercise daily, especially in the morning. Regular repetition and unwavering faith will strengthen this energetic connection, making the attraction of prosperity natural and inevitable. Your hands are a sacred gift. They are not just for labor, but also for attracting, for directing the subtle energies that shape our reality. By practicing these ancient techniques with focus, pure intention, and unwavering belief, you are awakening dormant energy channels, aligning yourself with the eternal, prosperous flow of the universe. Trust in the power within your hands and witness financial transformation become a natural result, an inevitable part of your abundant life. Chapter 19. The Mind's Garden and the Flow of Prosperity. Healing Inner Barriers. Have you ever paused to truly feel about money, not as paper or numbers, but as a current of energy? Money in itself is neutral energy. Like water, it is neither good nor bad. Water can nourish a fertile garden, bringing life and beauty, but water can also flood a village, causing devastation. It is our perception, attitude, and how we direct and use this energy current of money that determines its impact on our lives and the world around us. It is time for us to free ourselves from misconceptions, from invisible prejudices that money sullies spirituality, that wealth conflicts with good values, or that aspiring to abundance is something shameful. Let us listen to the story of Jonathan, a man with a kind heart who dedicated his life to building and maintaining a small monastery, an oasis of peace for those seeking tranquility and soul healing. His monastery was a sacred place radiating love and understanding, yet it frequently struggled with financial difficulties. Donations were scarce, buildings were in disrepair, and sometimes even basic necessities became a worry. Jonathan silently carried a burden. Deep within him there was a belief that money was something worldly, separate from the noble spiritual life he pursued. He felt guilty thinking about soliciting more donations, or even ashamed to admit the monastery needed money to survive and grow. He feared that focusing on finances would taint his sacred mission. These feelings of guilt, shame, and fear, along with the belief that he or his spiritual work should not be too involved with money, were the biggest barriers, the invisible chains preventing the flow of prosperity to the monastery. What Jonathan didn't realize at the time was that these beliefs were not entirely his own. They were often echoes of collective consciousness passed down through power generations with misunderstandings about the nature of wealth and spirituality. One day, when the monastery faced closure due to inability to cover expenses, Jonathan sank deep into meditation, seeking guidance. In that profound stillness, a simple truth illuminated his mind: money is merely energy, a tool waiting to be directed by intention and love. It can become a powerful resource to serve the light, to spread good, to maintain and expand healing spaces like his monastery. The moment he understood this, his inner resistance dissolved. The burden of guilt and shame fell away. He began to speak of the monastery's needs openly, with a new energy of worthiness and faith. And a miracle happened. Resources began to flow to the monastery naturally and unexpectedly. Anonymous donations, volunteers arriving to help with repairs, creative fundraising ideas. The monastery was not only saved, but flourished more vibrantly than before. Jonathan's story is a vivid testament to how a transformation in inner perception and belief holds immense power to change external circumstances, and it illuminates a core message: wealth and spirituality can absolutely go hand in hand. Wealth is not separate from spiritual life. In fact, it is one of the many expressions of the universe's abundance and blessings. Allowing yourself to live a deeply spiritual life while also embracing material abundance is to harmonize with the natural flow of universal prosperity. Similarly, Isabella, an aromatherapy and sound therapist, possessed an innate talent for helping people find balance and peace. Her therapy sessions brought profound transformation, yet Isabella always felt uncomfortable when it came to money. She frequently offered discounts, even worked for free, due to a vague belief that her sacred healing work shouldn't be tainted by money. She carried a sense of unworthiness to receive much, even though the value she provided was immense. As a result, despite working tirelessly, Isabella's life remained precarious, which ironically limited her ability to help more people. Through a journey of self-discovery aided by contemplative practices, Isabella realized these limiting beliefs were not hers, but legacies from her family and society, echoes of scarcity and guilt related to money. She began a sacred release practice. Each day she dedicated time to sit quietly confronting feelings of shame, fear, and unworthiness. She wrote down old beliefs, then performed small rituals to symbolize their release. She practiced new affirmations that she was worthy of abundance, that money was a means for her to expand her service. Gradually, Isabella's relationship with money changed. She confidently set fees that accurately reflected the value of her work. And strangely, clients not only didn't leave, but came in greater numbers, happily paying and appreciating what she offered. Prosperity came to Isabella, not only improving her life, but also allowing her to invest in learning, enhancing her skills, and creating more meaningful programs for the community. The journeys of Jonathan and Isabella show us that the greatest barriers to wealth often lie within us. It is our limiting beliefs, negative emotions like guilt, shame, and fear about money, or feelings of unworthiness for abundance that create invisible walls blocking the natural, prosperous flow of the universe. The power of sacred release practices lies in our active, courageous confrontation, understanding, and transformation of these psychological barriers. When you undertake specific practices like meditation to contemplate fears, use positive affirmations to reprogram your subconscious, or visualize a healthy relationship with money, you are breaking ancient bindings and energy blockages that may have existed for decades, even generations or lifetimes. This is a profound healing process for wounds and false beliefs deeply ingrained in the psyche. Always remember, you are completely worthy of abundance. The universe is an inexhaustible source of prosperity, and you are a part of that universe. When you free yourself from these hidden bindings, when you are willing to release what no longer serves your highest good, the universe will respond with unexpected blessings, sacred synchronicities opening a clear and wide path to the abundance you have always longed for. Practice exercise, sacred release from financial barriers. Identify limiting beliefs. Dedicate quiet time with a notebook and pen. Ask yourself honestly and write down, what negative thoughts do I have about money? Examples: money is the root of all evil. Rich people are often greedy. I'm not good at managing money. How do I feel when I think about having a lot of money? Anxious, guilty, fearful, pressured, or joyful, free? Do I believe I am worthy of wealth? Why or why not? What did my family and those around me teach me about money? Acknowledge and accept without judgment. Reread what you've written. Look at these beliefs and emotions with compassion without judgment. Understand they are the result of experiences, things heard, or echoes of collective consciousness. They do not define who you are. Choose your release method. You can choose one or combine methods: reflective meditation and letting go. Sit comfortably, close your eyes. Focus on your breath. Invite a limiting belief or negative emotion about money to surface. Observe it like a cloud in the sky of your mind without identifying with it. Inhale peace, and as you exhale, visualize yourself releasing that belief/emotion. Repeat several times. Transformative affirmations. Write down positive affirmations that are the opposite of your limiting beliefs. Examples: money is benevolent energy supporting me to live fully and serve the world. I am worthy of receiving wealth and abundance. I am grateful for the prosperous flow coming to me easily and joyfully. Recite these affirmations aloud daily, especially in the morning and before bed, with belief and emotion. Cleansing and recreation. Visualization. Close your eyes. Visualize limiting beliefs as chains or dark clouds binding you. Visualize a radiant golden light from the sun, the universe shining down, melting the chains, dispelling the dark clouds. Feel the lightness, freedom, and open space to receive prosperity. Writing to heal. Write a letter to a specific limiting belief expressing all your feelings about it. Then write a farewell letter thanking it for any lessons, if any, and releasing it from your life. You can symbolize the release by safely burning the letter or tearing it up and letting it go in flowing water. Commitment and perseverance. The process of releasing deeply ingrained beliefs takes time and perseverance. Practice regularly with self-compassion. Acknowledge every small step forward. The core message that the spirit of this chapter wishes to impart to you is courageously confront, understand, and transform your own psychological barriers and limiting beliefs about money and wealth. True prosperity lies not just in what you possess externally, but it begins with healing and building a healthy, positive, and loving relationship with abundance from deep within your consciousness. When you do that, you not only open the door for wealth to flow naturally into your life, but you can also use that powerful energy current as a force for good to create a more meaningful life for yourself and contribute to the positive transformation of the world. Chapter 20. Breaking the circle of limitation, merging with the infinite flow of the universe. Have you ever felt as if an invisible wall were preventing you from achieving your grandest dreams, especially concerning financial matters? The illusion of limitation is often one we create ourselves, intentionally or unintentionally. Like Rebecca, a woman with a passionate artist's heart, who initially believed there isn't enough money for art, we often draw circles in the sand around ourselves and call them insurmountable boundaries. The common belief that wealth is finite, that there's only a small pie to share, and if someone has more, others must have less, is a detrimental illusion, binding us to an unnecessary and exhausting struggle. Rebecca harbored a burning desire to establish a community arts center, a place where kindred spirits could meet, create, and heal. But whenever she thought about the project's scale, the enormous costs involved, an inner voice would whisper, "That's impossible. There aren't enough resources, you're just daydreaming." She saw lack everywhere, closed doors all around. Her dreams seemed suffocated by the circles of limitation she herself had drawn. Then, during a profound conversation with a spiritual teacher, Rebecca was introduced to an entirely new concept. The universe knows no scarcity. The teacher said, "The universe in its vast truth operates on the principle of infinity. Money and wealth in their purest essence are not bound by the material limitations you perceive. They flow ceaselessly like the air you breathe, and they always expand to fill any space you create for them in your consciousness." Those words were like an enlightening thunderbolt to Rebecca. She began to realize the problem wasn't a lack of money, but how she framed her questions and her thinking. Previously, she always asked, "How can I earn enough money for this project?" A question stemming from lack, implicitly acknowledging limited resources. Her teacher showed her a subtle yet incredibly powerful shift in mindset. When we ask, "How can I afford this?" we are speaking the language of limitation. When we shift to, "How can I allow more wealth, more resources to flow into my life to manifest this project?" we are opening channels to the universe's infinite supply. This change helps us align ourselves with a natural and readily available state of abundance. Rebecca began to practice expanding her consciousness. Each day she dedicated time to meditation, visualizing her consciousness as a sacred vessel, perhaps small at first but gradually expanding larger, vaster beyond her room, city, country, and merging into the boundless cosmos. She affirmed that her vessel of consciousness was large enough to hold all the resources needed for her art project. She no longer focused on finding money from a finite source, but on allowing the universe's infinite flow to manifest through her. A new vibration began to form within Rebecca. She felt lighter, more trusting, and inspired. And then the seemingly impossible started to happen. Unexpected donors appeared, talented volunteers offered their help, and creative fundraising ideas flowed. Her community arts center not only materialized, but grew far beyond what she had ever dared to dream. Rebecca learned that the law of infinite supply operates through conscious alignment, not through struggle or force. A similar story happened to Mark, a young inventor with a groundbreaking idea that could change many lives. But the fear of lacking initial investment capital weighed on him like an enormous burden. He constantly told himself, "I don't have enough money. This idea is too big, too expensive." He saw financial barriers everywhere, and his initial enthusiasm was gradually eroded by a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, Mark had a wise mentor. This mentor didn't give him money, but offered a far more valuable key, a shift in perception. "Mark," the mentor said, "instead of looking at your finite pocket, learn to look at the infinite treasury of the universe. The issue isn't how much you have, but how much you are willing to expand your consciousness to receive." He guided Mark to practice visualizing his consciousness as an expanding space capable of holding everything necessary for his invention's success. Mark began practicing daily. He visualized his invention completed, serving millions, and the necessary resources flowing in effortlessly. He changed his internal question from, "How do I get the money?" to, "How can the universe provide the resources for this wonderful idea?" Gradually, opportunities began to open up. An investor accidentally heard about his project and was captivated by its vision. A potential partner emerged with complementary resources. Mark's invention finally came to life, not because he struggled to find resources within limitations, but because he opened himself to receive from the infinite. The experiences of Rebecca and Mark illuminate a profound truth: the universe knows no scarcity. Only the human mind creates such limitations. Money and wealth, in essence, are ceaselessly flowing energies, always ready to expand and fill whatever space you create for them in your consciousness. The practice of expanding financial consciousness is a powerful tool for you to do this. It not only helps break the self-created perceptual limitations, dissolving old, deeply ingrained patterns of lack in the subconscious, but also tunes your entire being to the frequency of unlimited supply, thereby transforming the perception of scarcity into boundless possibility. Practice exercise, expanding consciousness to receive infinite supply. Prepare your space and mind. Find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably undisturbed. Close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, allowing your body and mind to relax completely. Visualize your sacred vessel of consciousness. Imagine your consciousness as a beautiful container, a sacred vessel. Initially, sense its current size. Perhaps it's as small as a teacup, a bowl, or a bit larger. Don't judge, just observe. Expand the vessel infinitely. Now, with each inhale, visualize this vessel of consciousness gently, gradually expanding. Inhale, it grows a little larger. Exhale, you feel the space within it increase. Continue to visualize it expanding beyond your body, filling the room you are in, then spreading throughout your house, your city, your country. Don't stop there. Let it continue to expand, encompassing the entire planet, the solar system, and then merging into the boundless infinity of the universe. Feel your consciousness becoming limitless without end. A firm harmony with infinite supply. As you bask in this feeling of infinite expansion, gently affirm to yourself with deep conviction, "My consciousness is infinite. I expand to receive the endless flow of universal abundance. All limitations regarding money and wealth within me dissolve now. I am in harmony with the law of infinite supply. The universe always provides all I need and more easily and naturally. I am an expression of cosmic wealth. Prosperity is my natural state. Feel and deeply trust. Remain in this expanded state with these affirmations for a few minutes. Feel the relief as old limitations break away. Feel the freedom, joy, and an unwavering trust that you are connected to an inexhaustible source. Let the old patterns of lack dissolve in the light of this new awareness. Carry this state into daily life. When you conclude the practice, slowly open your eyes, carrying this feeling of expansion and belief into all your daily activities. Whenever you feel limitation creeping in, recall the feeling of your infinite vessel of consciousness. The final and most powerful message that the spirit of this chapter wishes to impart to you is this: abundance is not a luxury, a privilege reserved for a select few. It is the sacred birthright of each of us. This vast and generous universe always yearns to give. That abundance is simply awaiting your conscious recognition and acceptance. Courageously release the belief in scarcity and limitation. The universe truly is an inexhaustible supply, and you have the capacity to connect fully with that supply by expanding your consciousness, changing your mindset, and practicing receiving with an open heart. Prosperity is not something you must arduously pursue or fight for. It is a natural state, a harmonious flow you can easily merge with when you truly recognize and affirm your sacred right to be abundant. Part 3. Mastering the Frequency of Wealth. Chapter 21. I am wealth. Affirming your identity, shaping your destiny. Do you ever feel as though prosperity, success, or complete joy always belong to someone else and not to you? Like Jonathan, whom we met in previous chapters, who despite making significant strides on his spiritual journey and attracting resources for his monastery, sometimes still felt a vague sense of separation. He once believed that true success is perhaps for others, those with special qualities. This feeling of being detached from prosperity, dear friend, exists only in the mind. It is an invisible veil we ourselves intentionally or unintentionally erect, separating us from our natural inherent state of abundance. One day, after initial successes in sustaining the monastery, Jonathan had the good fortune to meet a truly remarkable man. This man exuded an understated elegance, peace, and a natural, unshowcased abundance. He didn't speak much about business strategies or attraction techniques, but shared something simple with Jonathan during a quiet afternoon tea. He looked deeply into Jonathan's eyes and said, "My son, your fortune awaits not in what you do, but in who you are. The outer world is merely a mirror reflecting your inner identity. Instead of merely pursuing wealth as an external goal, courageously affirm it as part of your inherent nature." Those words were like a cool, clear stream washing away the last layers of fog in Jonathan's mind. He realized that although he had learned to attract resources, he still operated from the position of someone needing prosperity rather than truly being prosperity. He understood that it's not enough to merely wish for abundance. You must embody it in every breath, every gesture, every thought and emotion. Truly wealthy and abundant individuals don't hope for prosperity. They expect it naturally, like the sun rising each morning. This inner certainty, this unwavering belief in their own abundant nature created their reality. From that moment, a profound shift occurred within Jonathan. He began to live from a place of abundance, not from lack. He walked differently, spoke with a quiet authority and a new steadfastness. His decisions, whether large or small, all stemmed from a place of surplus of belief that all resources were readily available. Previously, he might have hesitated sometimes, even seeming to apologize for his presence. Now he moved with a quiet confidence that naturally commanded attention and respect. And the world around him, as an inevitable law, had to change to match the new identity, the new man Jonathan had chosen to become. A similar story happened to Maria, a young, passionate chef with unique, personally expressive dishes. She dreamed of opening her own small restaurant where she could freely create and share her love of food. But for years, that dream remained just a dream. Maria worked hard in various large restaurants, gaining experience, but always felt she wasn't good enough, wasn't the owner type. She looked at successful restaurant owners and thought, "They're so different, I'm not like them." She wished she put in a lot of doing, but the inner identity of an employee still held her back. One day, Maria read the story of a successful businesswoman who shared that the key to her success wasn't what she did, but that she had decided to become a successful leader in her mind very early on. It was an awakening for Maria. She realized she had focused too much on how to get a restaurant instead of who to become to naturally own and operate it. Maria began the sacred identity alignment practice. Every morning she stood before the mirror not to apply makeup or adjust her clothes, but to look deeply into her own eyes. She took a deep breath and with all sincerity she affirmed, "I am a successful restaurant owner. I am creativity. I am prosperity." Initially it felt a little awkward, but she persisted. She began to visualize herself managing her own restaurant, feeling the joy, the confidence, and even calmly handling the challenges. She changed how she dressed, how she spoke, how she presented her ideas for new dishes, all exuding the demeanor of a true proprietor. She no longer hoped for a restaurant. She expected it as an inevitable outcome because she already was that person. And the miracle happened. Opportunities that Maria previously hadn't seen or dared not seize suddenly became clear. She boldly shared her ideas with an old friend, and surprisingly, that friend was looking for a partner to invest in the culinary field. An ideal location appeared with unbeatable terms. Maria's restaurant was born not like a miracle falling from the sky, but as a natural result of her courageously becoming the authentic version of herself. The experiences of Jonathan and Maria illuminate a universal truth. Prosperity and success are not things you need to arduously chase in the external world. They are direct reflections of who you are deep inside. The focus needs to shift from what to do to have to who to become to attract. The power of the sacred identity alignment practice lies in its ability to help you do just that. When you stand before the mirror, look deep into your eyes and affirm, "I am wealth. I am success. I am abundance." It is not an act of auto-suggestion or superficial pretense. It is a sacred ritual, a process where you feel and internalize wealth as your very essence, allowing it to flow through your posture, gestures, voice, and every cell of your body. This is an awakening to your true nature, a powerful affirmation of what has always been yours, just waiting to be recognized. The final, most hopeful and liberating message this chapter wishes to impart is that becoming wealthy, successful, or happy is not about trying to become someone new or foreign. Rather, it is about you courageously affirming and living in alignment with the abundant version of yourself, an authentic, radiant, and whole identity that is always there within you, patiently waiting to be recognized, embraced, and allowed to manifest. Practice exercise, sacred identity alignment. Face yourself in the mirror. Each morning or any time you need, stand straight before a mirror large enough for you to see your entire face and part of your upper body. Look deeply into your eyes. Truly look into your own eyes, the windows to your soul. Let go of judgments about your appearance. Try to connect with your deepest self, with the light within you. Affirm, "I am." Take a deep breath. As you exhale, look directly into your eyes in the mirror and say aloud, clearly, with all the certainty and emotion you can muster, "I am wealth. I am success. I am complete abundance. I am love. I am radiant light. I am creative power." Feel free to add other "I am" qualities you wish to embody. Feel and embody that truth. This is not just about repeating words. After each affirmation, pause for a moment. Feel the truth of these words vibrating in every cell of your being. What does wealth feel like in your body? What posture does success bring? How does abundance express itself through your eyes? Let these sensations sink in deeply, becoming a part of you. Carry "I am" into your life. After the practice, step out into the world with this new awareness of your "I am" identity. Let it shape how you walk, how you speak, how you interact, and how you make decisions. Walk as if you already are all those things. Speak as if you are, act as if you are, and most importantly, expect the world to respond naturally to this new identity of yours. When you truly are wealth living and acting from a consciousness of infinite abundance and value, you will no longer need to chase anything. The universe, in its infinite wisdom and love, will automatically rearrange itself to reflect truthfully and radiantly the new identity you have courageously chosen to become. Chapter 22. The Leaf on the River of Prosperity. The Power of Letting Go and Allowing. Do you believe that the path to wealth must be strewn with thorns, that every penny earned must be exchanged for salty sweat and long, stressful nights? Many of us, like Eleanor, a talented interior designer, grew up with the deep-seated belief that only through relentless struggle could she earn or maintain financial stability. She worked tirelessly, trying to control every detail, worrying about each contract, believing that if she relaxed even for a moment, everything would collapse. Yet ironically, the prosperity she yearned for always seemed distant, or if attained, was fragile and demanded an exhausting vigilance. Eleanor's life was a series of unceasing efforts, a long-standing battle with a sense of insecurity. She believed safety came only from control and arduous labor, until one day after a major project left her nearly broken from stress, Eleanor sought rest in a quiet countryside. Here she chanced upon a gentle elderly woman who lived a simple yet strangely abundant and peaceful life. When Eleanor shared her burdens and struggles, the old woman simply smiled her affectionate gaze, looking deeply into Eleanor and softly said, "My dear, you are resisting the very force you desperately wish to embrace." That statement initially bewildered Eleanor, but it echoed endlessly in her mind. The old woman explained that wealth, like a great river, always seeks the path of least resistance. It doesn't flow towards places with too much defensiveness, tension, or excessive attempts at control. Just as water naturally flows around obstacles to continue its journey to the vast sea, wealth also finds its way to those who allow its natural movement, those who don't create resistance by trying too hard or forcing outcomes. Eleanor began to contemplate. She realized that for years she had been trying to swim upstream, using all her strength to get what she wanted, without realizing that this very exertion created undercurrents that obstructed the natural flow. Those who have truly mastered the art of abundance don't fight the river. Instead, they loosen their grip, trust the current, and wealth finds its way to them through unexpected channels, like a leaf gently and serenely floating downstream with ease. From then on, Eleanor decided to change her approach. She learned to let go of the need to control everything. Instead of trying to work more and stress more, she began to listen to the subtle whispers of her intuition, allowing opportunities to arise naturally, and most importantly, honoring her own energy. When inspiration struck for a new idea, she followed it without excessive analysis or fear of failure. When she felt the need to rest, she allowed herself to pause, trusting that the universe was still at work, and the flow of prosperity would not be blocked because of it. And a miracle happened. Money began to flow into Eleanor's life, not from struggle, but from sudden moments of inspiration, not from stressful coercion, but from deep trust and gentle allowing. Unexpected clients sought her out, presenting interesting projects she didn't have to hunt down. Major opportunities opened up from chance encounters at times she least expected. When she was no longer trying to control everything, she felt more peaceful, happier, and ironically, her work became more effective and yielded greater results than before. A similar story happened to Daniel, a young financial analyst who was always obsessed with the market's fluctuating charts. He spent hours each day analyzing data, trying to predict every movement, and making decisions under extreme stress. He believed only constant vigilance and relentless effort would help him beat the market. But in reality, he often felt exhausted, and his investment results were erratic, sometimes up, sometimes down, making him even more anxious. In a course on meditation and stress management, Daniel was introduced to the philosophy of Wu Wei, effortless action flowing with nature. He learned that sometimes trying to control a complex system like the financial market is like trying to hold water in your hand. The tighter you squeeze, the more water slips away. Instead, he needed to learn to observe, listen, and act when prompted from within, from a place of intuition and calm, not from fear or greed. Daniel began to apply this. He still performed necessary analyses, but no longer allowed himself to be drawn into the vortex of anxiety. He set clear intentions for his investments, then let go, trusting that decisions made from clarity and calm would yield good results. He dedicated time to quiet his mind, listening to subtle messages from the market and his own intuition. As a result, his investment decisions became more accurate, his portfolio grew more steadily, and most importantly, he rediscovered peace of mind. He understood that true prosperity wasn't just about numbers, but also the sense of well-being that comes from living in harmony with the flow of life. The experiences of Eleanor and Daniel show us an important truth struggle, and trying to create a safe zone through control are not the paths to true prosperity. Instead, wealth often arrives via the path of allowing harmony and letting go of unnecessary resistance. When you stop trying to force everything to go your way, when you release the tension and fear of not having enough, you create space for better things to flow in. Prosperity comes from alignment and letting go, not from coercion. It is the result of listening to the voice of inspiration and trusting in the universe's orchestration rather than trying to control every minute detail. The power of the sacred letting go practice lies in its ability to help you shift from a state of resistance to a state of allowing, opening doors you previously didn't even see. Practice exercise sacred letting go to receive the flow of prosperity. Identify and acknowledge resistance. Spend a few quiet moments. Notice any feelings of tension, forcing anxiety, or over-effort in your body and mind related to money or a specific financial goal. It might be tightness in your shoulders, a knot in your stomach, or racing thoughts. Simply identify and acknowledge their presence without judgment. Breathe and actively release. Inhale deeply, imagining you are breathing in peace and relaxation. As you exhale, consciously release all that tension, pressure, effort, and resistance from your body and mind. Imagine them as gray smoke dissolving into the air. Repeat several times until you feel lighter. Visualize floating serenely on the river of abundance. Close your eyes. Imagine you are gently lying on your back, floating on a calm, warm river of abundance. This river is the prosperous energy of the universe. You don't need to swim, you don't need to strive, just relax and allow the current to gently carry you. Feel the support, the safety, and the absolute trust in this journey. Warm golden light surrounds you, and you know this river will take you exactly where you need to go, towards prosperity and blessings. Affirm letting go and allowing. While holding the image of the river, gently affirm in your mind or in a soft whisper, I let go of the need to struggle or force wealth. I trust in the prosperous flow of the universe. I allow abundance and all good things to flow to me easily, naturally, and joyfully. I open myself to receive unexpected blessings and wonderful opportunities. Open to listen to intuition and act on inspiration. After the practice, carry this feeling of lightness and trust into your daily life. Pay more attention to gentle promptings from your intuition, sudden ideas, or coincidental opportunities. When inspiration comes, act on it with an open heart and a mind free from excessive calculation or fear. The core message that the spirit of this chapter wishes to impart to you is, stop struggling and resisting the natural flow of prosperity. Wealth does not demand exhaustive sacrifice or wearying forced efforts. Instead, learn to release the burden of control, cultivate faith in the generosity of the universe, Listen to the voice of your intuition and allow abundance to come to you in the most gentle and natural way. The path of least resistance. The path of allowing and harmony is truly the path to sustainable, joyful, and easy prosperity. Chapter 23. The Universe's Breadcrumbs. Recognizing synchronistic signs on the path to prosperity. Have you ever felt as if the universe is trying to tell you something through small events, fleeting images, or subtle emotions? The universe communicates continuously through delicate signs, but we often overlook them, much like Thomas, a logical data analyst, who was initially blind to the whispers of abundance. He was so focused on numbers and charts, on what could be measured and proven, that he forgot the universe also speaks a language older than words. This language manifests through coins found by chance on the sidewalk, the sudden appearance of a specific animal carrying symbolic meaning, recurring dreams with metaphorical messages, or number songs or symbols that unexpectedly capture our attention amidst the rush of life. Thomas used to think all these things were mere coincidences not worth bothering about, until he met an old mystic who could read the hidden messages behind everyday events. The teacher smiled and told Thomas, "There are no random coincidences, my son, only sacred synchronicities. These seemingly chance events are not merely random, they are sacred synchronicities, skillfully arranged by the universe as stepping stones, leading us to abundance. Every number you happen to see repeatedly, every unexpected encounter with someone who brings vital information, every recurring symbol in your life all carry a specific meaning and message designed uniquely for your journey." The mystic gradually taught Thomas how to recognize patterns, thoughts, or ideas that would flash into his mind quickly, followed by a financial opportunity, specific feelings of peace or elation that heralded unexpected good fortune, symbolic dreams that later manifested as very real aspects of his life. Each of us is spoken to by the universe in a unique sacred dialect, a system of signs and symbols imbued with deep personal meaning. Our task is to learn to listen, observe, and decipher that loving language. When Thomas began to truly pay attention, a new world opened up before him. The signs seemed to multiply not because they appeared more frequently, but because he had finally opened himself to recognize them. He started to record them, a white butterfly flying past his window just as he was contemplating an investment. The number 11 appearing on the clock whenever he had a new business idea. An old song suddenly playing on the radio with lyrics that seemed like advice for his current financial situation. And as he began to trust and follow these subtle nudges, opportunities he could never have planned or calculated, with pure logic found their way to him. Thomas's wakefulness and attentiveness became the key for him to identify and benefit from the invisible yet ever-present guidance of the universe. A similar story happened to Olivia, a freelance artist, struggling to find inspiration and financial stability. She often felt lost, unsure which direction to take. One day, while reading a spiritual book, she was intrigued by the idea of breadcrumbs that the universe scatters on life's path. She began to pay more attention. A book accidentally fell off a shelf, opening to the exact page, with a quote that inspired her blocked art project. A conversation she unintentionally overheard in a coffee shop about an art grant she had never known existed, a recurring spiral symbol in her paintings, which she then saw on a postcard advertising a course that could help her develop business skills. These signs, however small, were breadcrumbs, lovingly dropped by the universe, guiding her on her own path to prosperity. She learned not to dismiss them, but to cherish and follow that guidance. The universe is constantly communicating with and guiding you. Its language isn't always as clear as spoken words, but is often subtle, metaphorical, and deeply personal. Learning to recognize and decipher this language requires patience, an open heart, and a mind willing to embrace things beyond ordinary logic. When you start paying attention to the sacred synchronicities in your life, you will see them everywhere. It might be a name you suddenly think of, and then that person calls you shortly after with an opportunity. It could be a strong urge to take a different route home, and on that path you serendipitously meet someone important. It might be recurring numbers, dreams with messages, or even the casual words of a child. Your attention is the magnet that attracts more signs. When you acknowledge a sign, however small, with gratitude, you are telling the universe, I am listening. Please continue to guide me. And the universe will respond. The power of the sacred synchronicity practice lies in its ability to help you build a conscious relationship with universal guidance, transforming random coincidences into clear messages. Practice exercise, sacred synchronicity journaling, deciphering prosperity messages. Get a dedicated journal. Choose a notebook you love specifically for recording signs, symbols, and synchronicities related to finances and prosperity, or any area where you seek guidance. Daily log date, time, note when you observed the sign, arced event. Describe the sign in detail, e.g., seeing the number 303, finding a white feather, hearing a specific phrase, a dream, a strong intuitive feeling, an unexpected opportunity appearing. Context. Where were you? What were you doing, thinking, or feeling at that moment? Were you pondering a specific question or problem? Initial feeling, meaning, what did the sign make you feel? Did you have any hunches about its meaning? Outcome, action, if any. Did anything happen afterward related to the sign? Did you take any action based on it? Acknowledge and be grateful each time you recognize a sign and log it. Take a moment to silently thank the universe for sending the message. Say, thank you, universe, for this sign. I am listening and ready to receive guidance. Maintain an open spirit to be led. Allow and trust. Sometimes the meaning of a sign isn't immediately clear. Don't try to overanalyze it with your intellect. Allow yourself to pause, to be still, and let your inner wisdom surface. Trust that every synchronicity, no matter how small, is part of a larger picture, guiding you towards your abundance and higher purpose. Weekly or monthly review. Dedicate time at the end of each week or month to read through your journal. Look for patterns. Are there recurring signs, numbers, symbols, or types of events, connections? Do you see links between your thoughts, emotions, the signs that appear, and subsequent financial opportunities? Your own dialect. Gradually, you will recognize how the universe communicates specifically with you. It might use songs, particular animals, or bodily sensations to speak to you. The core message that the spirit of this chapter wishes to convey to you is, the universe is constantly communicating and lovingly guiding you on every step of your journey to prosperity and joy. Expand your awareness. Learn to listen with both your heart and mind, and decipher the signs, the sacred synchronicities sent to you each day. By paying attention, acknowledging, and trusting, you will discover the unique, wondrous path the universe has laid out, leading you to unexpected opportunities and abundance far beyond what you once imagined. Chapter 24. Footsteps of Faith. Inspired action to complete the circle of prosperity. In the journey of discovering the power of the mind and the law of attraction, many of us, like David, a young musician with a heart full of melodies, can fall into a sweet trap. David diligently practiced visualizing sold-out concerts and nurtured a strong belief in his success. He believed that visualization and unwavering faith alone would automatically bring results. Yet as time passed, though his mind was filled with beautiful visions, reality didn't seem to be shifting significantly. He began to feel a little bewildered, a vague question forming, "Am I missing something?" David was not alone. Visualization and belief are incredibly important foundations, but they aren't the whole story. The universe responds not only to your powerful thoughts and emotions, but also awaits your movements, harmonizing with them. It is action sparked by deep inspiration that is the missing piece, the sturdy bridge between the world of your vision and the reality you desire. One day, David shared his concerns with an elderly music teacher who taught him not only technique, but also about the flow of creative energy. The teacher listened, then slowly said, "David, you have sown wonderful seeds in the garden of your mind. But for the seeds to sprout and the trees to bear fruit, you need to water them and welcome the sunlight through specific actions. The issue isn't working harder, but acting in the true rhythm of your heart." From then on, David began to learn the difference between inspired action and stressful effort. Inspired action, the teacher explained, is not about struggling or fighting against inner or outer resistance. It's like the natural flow of following what truly brings you aliveness and joy. It arises from the harmony between your inner desires and your readiness, bringing a sense of expansion, excitement, lightness, and rightness. Conversely, action stemming from fear or pressure often feels constricting and heavy. It can disguise itself as subtle procrastination, e.g., "I'll wait until I'm better prepared. I need more time to perfect everything," or as overwhelming efforts lacking joy and connection. True allowing is not about passively waiting for everything to come to you. It is the readiness to move, a sensitivity to seize and act upon those sudden sparks of inspiration, those intuitive nudges from the heart. David began to listen to those calls. One morning he felt a strong urge to take his guitar to a small corner cafe and play for free just for the joy of it. Previously, he might have dismissed the thought as not worthwhile or unprofessional, but this time he followed that feeling of excitement. That impromptu performance didn't bring him much money, but it brought something more precious, a genuine connection with the audience, pure joy, and surprisingly, an invitation to perform at a small arts event from someone in the cafe. He started paying more attention to other sparks and intuitive nudges, an idea to share his raw demos on an online forum, even though they weren't perfect. A sudden call to an old friend in the music industry just to catch up with no expectations. Though these were small steps, each time David acted on these inspirations, he felt an energy flow, and the universe seemed to respond with increasingly larger opportunities, new doors opening that he had never seen before. A similar story happened to Susan, a woman nurturing the idea of an online store selling her exquisite handmade crafts. She had spent months visualizing her successful store, planning meticulously and believing in her products. But she was stuck in procrastination. "I need a perfect website. I have to find the best material suppliers at the cheapest price. I'm not ready to promote yet." The fear of failure, of not being good enough, disguised itself as caution, preventing her from taking the first steps. After attending a talk on the power of inspired action, Susan realized her preparation was actually a form of resistance. She decided to try a new approach. Each morning she asked herself, "Today, what small joyful thing does my heart want me to do for this store?" Some days it was sketching a few logo ideas. Other days it was taking some test photos of her products with her phone. Another day it was simply sharing something she made with a close friend. These small actions, born from joy and gentle urges, created unexpected momentum. Sketching the logo led her to ask a designer friend for help. The test photos helped her visualize the store's style more clearly. Her friend's praise boosted her confidence. Little by little, Susan's online store took shape, not through a huge pressured push, but through a series of small, inspired, joyful steps. The universe constantly invites us to join in the dance of creation. Your visualizations and beliefs draw the blueprint, but it is inspired action that breathes life into that blueprint, transforming it into reality. This action helps to unite the spiritual and practical aspects of attracting wealth. It bridges the gap between what you envision and what you ultimately experience, creating a complete circuit for prosperity to flow into your life, naturally and abundantly. Through the sacred union of thought, including visualization and belief and action guided by inspiration, You affirm yourself as a conscious co-creator with the universe, opening energy channels through which infinite possibilities can manifest in material form. Abundance will always find the path of least resistance to you when you remove the final barrier between profound spiritual understanding and concrete inspired action in this earthly realm. The power of the sacred practice for inspired action lies in its ability to help you connect directly with your heart's wisdom and the universe's guidance, ensuring that every step you take is supported and energized. Practice exercise, awakening the flow of inspired action. Listen to your heart. Each morning upon waking or in a quiet moment, at the start of your day, place your hand on your heart. Take a few deep breaths. Gently ask yourself, "Dear heart, is there any inspired action calling to me today? What small thing, if I were to do it to move closer to my prosperity goals, would bring me a sense of expansion, excitement, and joy?" Listen for answers, ideas, images, or feelings that arise. Pay special attention to what feels light, uplifting, curious, or gives a nudge of rightness. Distinguish resistance from intuition. When an idea for action appears, sense its energy. Fear or procrastination often brings a feeling of constriction, heaviness, or logical reasons not to act. True intuitive caution usually comes with a sense of peaceful knowing, an inner clarity, not anxiety. Genuine inspiration often brings a feeling of expansion, a bit of excitement perhaps, with a touch of healthy nervousness and a sense of "this is it." Act immediately. With one small step from the inspired ideas received, choose one action with which you feel the strongest connection. Commit to taking that action, or at least the very first step of it today, preferably as soon as possible before doubt or over-analysis has a chance to intervene and dampen the inspirational flame. Whether it's a call, an email, starting to write a page, or simply looking up some information, acknowledge and celebrate the flow. After taking the action, take a moment to acknowledge it. How do you feel? Did anything open up? Be grateful to yourself for listening and acting. This creates a positive energy flow, attracting even more inspiration and opportunities. The core message that the spirit of this chapter wishes to whisper to you is, don't just stop at dreaming and visualizing a prosperous life. Those are wonderful first steps. But to complete the circle of manifestation courageously, listen to the promptings of your heart, the sacred sparks of inspiration that tell you what to do, what step to take. It is by acting on these inspirations, whether large or small, whether seemingly directly related or not, that you truly collaborate with the universe, transforming beautiful inner aspirations into rich outer reality. That is how you become a living bridge between the invisible world of potential and the tangible world of abundance. Chapter 25. The Inner Golden Gate. Stepping into the Promised Land of Abundance. Have you ever imagined that hidden deep within you, in the vast realm of consciousness, exists a direct entrance to infinite wealth? Within the consciousness of each of us resides a personal money gate. Like Caroline, a researcher of ancient texts who chanced upon this discovery in a time-stained manuscript, our minds hold an astonishing power to shape reality. This money gate is not a physical location you can find on a map, but a subtle energy gateway, a sacred intersection point existing within each person's consciousness. It is an entryway through which the vast and generous universe transmits its infinite flow of abundance to you. Caroline was initially quite skeptical. The manuscript described a seemingly simple meditation practice: sit in silence, breathe deeply, and vividly visualize a door of pure gold, radiant with light. Then step through that door into a realm of absolute abundance. Could such an imagined act truly create real changes in the material world? Despite her skepticism, curiosity and a secret hope spurred her to experiment. The power of sacred visualization, as Caroline was about to discover, lies in its ability to profoundly impact and activate tangible changes in reality. Every evening, Caroline found a quiet space, lit a candle, and began the practice. She closed her eyes, breathed deeply, and let her mind slowly settle. Then she began to visualize a magnificent golden door appeared before her, its surface rippling with waves of light engraved with ancient symbols of prosperity and blessings. She felt a warm, inviting energy radiating from the gate. When she felt ready in her mind, she gently stepped through. On the other side, an entirely different world opened up. A radiant golden light enveloped her, filling every cell of her body with the vibrational frequency of wealth, joy, and fulfillment. She found herself standing in an endless space of abundance where money opportunities, creative ideas, and unexpected gifts flowed towards her from every direction like an ever-flowing river of light. She immersed herself in the feeling of being loved, of being completely provided for. After several weeks of diligently practicing the Money Gate meditation, Caroline began to notice subtle yet real changes in her life. A small inheritance from a distant relative she had almost forgotten suddenly arrived. An invitation to collaborate on a fascinating research project with a generous stipend appeared as if from nowhere. Anonymous gifts and opportunities to meet people who could help her in her work began to appear with increasing frequency. Caroline understood that by practicing this meditation, she had activated an infinite field of possibilities. This was living proof that the inner gate, once opened by consciousness and belief, attracts prosperity from countless unexpected sources. A similar story happened to Richard, a mechanical engineer, accustomed to logic and concrete numbers. He had always assumed financial success must come from meticulous planning and hard work. However, during a period when his business faced difficulties, logical solutions didn't seem to yield the desired results. His wife, a believer in the power of the mind, gently suggested he try a visualization meditation about the money gate she had found. Richard initially dismissed it as vague, but faced with his wife's persistence and his somewhat desperate situation, he decided to just try it out. In the early sessions, Richard's mind was full of doubt. The image of the Golden Gate didn't appear clearly, but he persisted, closing his eyes, breathing, and trying to feel rather than see. He focused on the feeling of peace, hope, and relief as he imagined stepping through a gate, leaving his worries behind. Gradually, something unexpected happened. In the quiet moments after meditation, creative ideas to solve technical problems in his work began to emerge. A solution for a difficult project he had agonized over for weeks suddenly became clear. Then an old client unexpectedly contacted him to place a large order. Richard began to realize that opening the gate in his mind, though initially just an experiment, seemed to have truly created a space for new possibilities to manifest in his reality. So how can you personally experience and activate this sacred money gate? This practice requires stillness, concentration, and an open heart. The Sacred Money Gate Practice. Specific steps. Prepare your space and mind. Find a quiet place where you will not be disturbed for about 15 to 20 minutes. Sit comfortably in a chair or on the floor, keeping your back straight but relaxed. Close your eyes. Inhale deeply through your nose, feeling the fresh air fill your lungs. Hold for a moment, then slowly exhale through your mouth, releasing all tension and anxiety. Repeat several times until you feel completely relaxed. Visualize the Golden Gate. In your mind's eye, begin to imagine a magnificent golden gate. Let your imagination soar freely. How large is this gate? What is its shape? Perhaps its surface ripples like an autumn lake reflecting sparkling light. Perhaps it is engraved with ancient symbols of prosperity, abundance, and blessings. Feel a warm, peaceful, and incredibly abundant energy radiating from this gate. This is the gateway to the infinite treasury of the universe. Step through the gate. When the image of the gate is clear and you feel ready, visualize yourself slowly approaching it. The gate may open automatically, or you might gently push it open. With a sense of trust and eager anticipation, step through that door in your mind. Immerse yourself in the sea of abundant light. As soon as you step through, you find yourself enveloped in a space filled with radiant golden light. This light is warm, loving, and carries the vibrational frequency of infinite wealth. Breathe deeply, feeling this light permeate every cell, every molecule in your body, filling you with a sense of abundance, peace, and joy. Look around in this space. You see money in every form you desire, cash, gold, numbers in an account gently flowing towards you from all directions. You see wonderful opportunities, creative ideas, unexpected gifts, present and ready to come to you. Feel that this affluence is limitless, never-ending. Imprint on your subconscious. Spend a few minutes completely immersed in this experience. Feel it with all your senses. Know that this vivid visualization is being deeply imprinted upon your subconscious as a formed reality. Your subconscious does not distinguish between what is intensely imagined and what actually happens. Bring the energy back and seal it. When you feel the experience is complete, slowly visualize yourself stepping back through the golden gate, bringing all the wonderful energy, the feeling of abundance, and the vibration of prosperity back with you into your present reality. After stepping through, visualize the gate slowly closing, knowing you can always return anytime. Place one or both hands on your heart center. Breathe deeply and feel this abundant energy sealed, firmly anchored in your heart, in your energy field. Maintain the prosperous connection throughout the day. After the practice to maintain this connection with prosperous energy occasionally throughout the day, you can lightly touch your heart center. This simple gesture serves as a reminder, a way to reactivate the abundance frequency you experienced through the money gate. It helps keep your consciousness aligned with the infinite supply hidden within. The core message, the soul message this chapter wishes to impart to you is, you have an inner gateway, a direct entrance to the infinite wealth of the universe. Through consistent, intentional, and wholehearted practice of visualization, meditation, you can absolutely open this gate, deeply imprint abundance upon your subconscious, and activate the miraculous flow of prosperity into your life from the most unexpected and wonderful sources. The power to change your financial reality, to live an affluent and meaningful life, lies right within your opened consciousness. Believe, practice, and receive. Chapter 26. The Noble Resonance. Feeling and living in the vibration of abundance. Have you ever stepped into a space, perhaps an ancient manor, a luxurious art gallery, or simply into the presence of a certain individual, and perceived a distinct atmosphere, a subtle feeling of abundance and elegance that needed no words? Wealth in its splendor and refinement is not merely the tangible assets you can see or touch. It carries within it a unique energetic vibration, a specific frequency. Like Edward, an ambitious young writer who, upon his first visit to the estate of an erudite nobleman, immediately sensed a field of prosperous consciousness enveloping everything. It wasn't just the opulence of the furnishings, but an intangible quality permeating the space, from the way light streamed through the windows to the solemn tranquility of the ancient library. This vibration can be felt, and more importantly, it can be learned and cultivated. Edward had always yearned for an affluent life where he could create freely without financial worry. He worked diligently, writing ceaselessly, yet true abundance always seemed distant. His encounter with the nobleman and the experience at his estate offered Edward a profound lesson and awakening. Wealth is experienced first internally, in perception and emotion, before it can solidly manifest in the external world. Those who thrive in abundance don't just possess assets, they carry within them the vibration of that abundance, and it is this inner resonance, like an invisible magnet, that attracts more of the same into their lives. This is not just about having a lot of money, but an entire way of life, an inner state of ease, gratitude, and appreciation for beauty. During his stay at the estate, Edward began to consciously absorb the energy of wealth. He didn't just look, he truly felt. He observed how the nobleman moved with an effortless grace, spoke with a quiet yet weighty confidence, and appreciated the beauty in the smallest details, from a meticulously arranged vase of flowers to the way an old book was cherished. The surrounding environment, with its exquisite art, finely crafted objects, and an atmosphere of peace and order, also played a crucial role in transmitting and allowing Edward to deeply feel this energy frequency. He realized he could learn to vibrate at that frequency. A similar story comes to us from Sophia, an aromatherapy therapist who dreamed of creating a truly luxurious and healing spa space for her clients. She had the knowledge and skills, but limited funds made her feel her current workspace was too modest, not yet reflecting the value she wished to offer. She believed she needed a lot of money first before she could create a luxurious environment. One day, Sophia attended a workshop on the energy of space. The speaker shared that before a space can outwardly manifest luxury, its owner must cultivate that vibration from within. Sophia was inspired. She began her own version of the immersing in wealth practice. Each day, she spent time vividly visualizing her ideal spa, soft lighting, the scent of noble essential oils wafting through the air, plush materials, soothing music. Though she couldn't renovate entirely, she decided to bring a touch of luxury into her current space. A high-quality silk scarf, a vase of fresh flowers, daily scented candles with exquisite fragrances. More importantly, she changed how she felt about that space. She treated every item, however small, with reverence and gratitude, as if they were all precious objects. She moved within that space with grace and an awareness of beauty, as if she were already in her dream spa. Gradually, a wondrous change took place. Sophia's clients began to comment that her space, though still small, possessed a very special energy, an indescribable feeling of relaxation and luxury. Her clientele grew, and she began to attract small investments from people who believed in her vision. Sophia understood that by changing the energetic vibration within herself and her workspace, she had begun to create the reality she desired. To attract and sustain wealth, you need to attune your inner energy frequency to match the frequency of elegance, abundance, and beauty. The immersing in wealth practice is a powerful tool for transforming your energy, helping you become familiar with and resonate with this state. Immersing in wealth practice, cultivating the prosperity frequency. Create a sacred space and private time. Set aside at least 1 hour when you will not be disturbed. Choose an environment that can support you in feeling luxury and abundance. This could be a small corner in your home decorated with beautiful items. You love a vase of flowers, a painting, candlelight, or you might visit a public place that evokes this feeling. An art gallery, a classic hotel, a meticulously cared-for garden. If an ideal physical space isn't available, create it vividly in your mind. Embody and sense with all your senses. Posture: sit or stand with perfect posture like a noble. Back straight, shoulders relaxed, chin slightly lifted, exuding confidence and grace. Feel the materials. In your mind, or if possible by actual touch, feel the softness and luxury of expensive fabrics like silk, cashmere, or velvet enveloping you. Feel the coolness of marble beneath your feet, the warmth of fine wood on your hands. Breathe the scent of success. Imagine or use fragrances that evoke luxury and achievement. Perhaps the scent of fine leather from a new briefcase, rare roses or orchids, noble sandalwood or agarwood, or the smell of old books in an ancient library. Graceful movement. Move your body slowly, consciously, and gracefully, as if every movement is an expression of elegance and self-possession. Observe exquisite details. Pay attention to the small yet refined details around you, whether real or imagined, the lines of a piece of furniture, the sparkle of a jewel, the colors in a painting. Truly see and admire their beauty. Listen to the sounds of luxury. Listen to sounds. or imagine them associated with elegance and success. The gentle click of heels on a marble floor, the delicate clinking of crystal glasses, soothing classical music, or simply the profound stillness of a private space, free from noise and hurry. Fully immerse yourself in the energy of abundance. Allow yourself to completely merge with, to be immersed in this energy. Feel wealth not just as external things, but as a living presence flowing in your veins, a warm golden light infusing and nourishing every cell. Feel the confidence, the peace, the generosity, and the deep joy that comes from knowing you are utterly abundant. The purpose of this practice is not superficial pretense or play acting. It is a process of consciously aligning your energy with your natural state of abundance. It is about teaching your body and mind how to vibrate at the frequency of wealth. It is the process of remembering what your soul has always known, that you were born to live in affluence. The core message, the soul message that this chapter wishes to engrave upon your heart is, you are a beloved child of an infinitely abundant universe, and prosperity, in all its beautiful forms, is your sacred birthright. Allowing this truth to sink deep into every level of your consciousness will transform the very essence of your being from within. When you naturally resonate with the frequency of wealth, you will no longer need to chase it. Instead, wealth will naturally find its way to you as an inevitable reflection of the person you have become. Actively immerse yourself in the experiences and feelings of abundance to transform the aspiration for prosperity from a distant wish into a deeply felt inner reality, and ultimately to be magnificently expressed in your material world. Chapter 27. The Loving Hand of Giving. Initiating the endless flow of prosperity. Have you ever hesitated to give, whether a little of your time, a small portion of your resources, or a sincere word of encouragement for fear that you would then lack, that you didn't have enough? To share in the wondrous dance of the universe, there is a sacred spiritual law as immutable as gravity itself. Giving always initiates receiving. This is not merely a socially commendable act of charity, but a profound operating principle of energy, a secret that enlightened souls have understood and practiced since ancient times. Like Helen, a woman with an immensely kind heart, despite her modest living circumstances, who experienced this miraculously many times. Helen lived in a small apartment with a humble income, just enough to cover basic needs. Yet her door was always open, and her hand never hesitated to share. When a neighbor faced hardship, she readily cooked a warm meal and brought it over. When she saw a wandering child with sad eyes, she didn't hesitate to buy them a loaf of bread. She donated the last loose coins in her purse to a charity she trusted. She gave not from her surplus, but from a natural love, a deep empathy for life. And a miracle always occurred. Whenever Helen gave so selflessly and joyfully, the universe seemed to respond with a mysterious precision. Sometimes it was an unexpectedly lower electricity bill that month. Other times an old friend she hadn't contacted in ages would suddenly send her a small gift, or an unexpected opportunity for extra work would appear, bringing just enough income to cover things, and often the money or value that returned always exceeded what she had given. This wasn't random coincidence, Helen gradually realized, but the working of a great universal law of circulation and exponential expansion. Helen's story illuminates a truth. Money, much like love or life energy, needs to circulate to maintain its purity and to proliferate. Imagine it as water. If water is held stagnant in a pond, it becomes polluted and confined. But if it flows freely, it brings life, nourishes all things, and is then replenished from new sources. When you hold on to money or any resource too tightly out of fear of lack, you inadvertently create resistance to its natural flow. But when you release it with trust and joy, when you give with an open heart, you are opening channels for even greater abundance to find its way into your life. In contrast to Helen, Michael was once a successful businessman but held a rather pragmatic view of giving. He saw charity as a social obligation to be fulfilled when he had surplus, or to polish his reputation. He meticulously calculated his contributions and often felt a bit disadvantaged when he had to share what he had worked so hard to earn. Despite his wealth, Michael often felt an emptiness and a vague anxiety about potentially losing what he possessed. One day, during a personal development seminar, Michael heard a profound message. The most truly wealthy souls understand that generosity itself is the golden key to the gate of sustainable prosperity. They give not from their excess, but from their very generous nature. The question they pose in their minds is not, "Can I afford to give this little bit?" but "Can I afford not to give to block this sacred flow myself?" That message touched something deep within Michael. He decided to experiment with sacred giving practice, not as an obligation, but as a spiritual investment. Each morning, he consciously set aside a portion of his resources, be it money, time, to listen to an employee, or an idea to help a partner, to give intentionally. He learned to hold the gift in his hands, close his eyes, infuse it with his best intentions, and feel sincere gratitude for having something to share. Then he joyfully gave it away, releasing all expectation of any specific return, simply trusting in the perfect workings of the universe. The results were astonishing. Michael not only felt a profound joy and peace he had never experienced before, but his business also began to see unexpected positive changes. Large contracts came more easily, new partners emerged with exciting opportunities, and his team became more cohesive and creative. Michael realized that giving consciously and joyfully had truly expanded his energy channels, allowing prosperity to flow into his life much more abundantly and meaningfully. The act of giving is not a loss. It is a powerful sowing of seeds into the vast energy field of the universe. When you give, you are participating in the universe's dance of prosperity, a dance of unceasing exchange and multiplication. Every sincere gift, whether large or small, initiates waves of abundance that by universal law must return to their source, often multiplied manifold. This exchange mirrors the sacred rhythm of giving and receiving present in all of nature's creations. The sun generously bestows light and warmth. Rain quenches dry land, flowers offer sweet nectar to bees, and bees in turn help pollinate the flowers. You are an indispensable part of this grand and sacred pattern. Sacred giving practice, sowing seeds of prosperity into the universal garden. Dedicate a portion to give each day, each morning, or at a set time during the day. Consciously set aside a portion of your resources to give. This could be a small amount of money, even just a few coins, a bit of your time to listen to someone, an item you no longer use but which could be useful to another, a sincere compliment, or a helpful idea. Consider this a spiritual investment in the flow of abundance. Infuse with pure intention and gratitude. Before giving, hold the item or visualize the time and energy you are about to give in your hands or in your mind. Close your eyes. Infuse it with your purest and best intentions. Wish for this gift to bring benefit and joy to the recipient. Most importantly, feel deep gratitude that you have something to give, no matter how small. This feeling of gratitude will amplify the energy of your giving. Release all expectation of return. Give joyfully, lightly, and completely freely. Do not expect anything specific in return or recompense from the recipient. Trust absolutely in the perfect law of the universe that the flow will operate in its own best way. This release from expectation will make your act of giving purer and more powerful. Affirm your belief in the flow. After giving, you can silently say in your mind or whisper an affirmation. For example, I give freely and joyfully, knowing that as I circulate abundance, abundance circulates through me. What I release with love will be multiplied and returned to me at the sacred time and in the best ways. I am an open conduit for the universe's prosperity. Giving should become as natural as your breath, stemming from a deep understanding that you are actively participating in the eternal, prosperous dance of the universe. Every sincere act of offering, whether a smile, a kind word, or material help, is you sowing seeds of love and abundance into the fertile garden of life. And by inevitable law, those seeds will sprout, blossom, and bear fruit, bringing a bountiful harvest of joy, peace, and prosperity, not only to others but also into your own life, forever strengthening your sacred connection to the infinite flow of the universe. Chapter 28. You are the source. Escaping the money matrix. Accessing energetic wealth. In our quest for prosperity, we often get caught up in a dance with numbers, banknotes, bank accounts, and tangible assets. We measure, count, accumulate, and sometimes worry about them. But what if I told you that all these things in themselves are not true wealth? Like Nathan, a veteran financial analyst who spent his life working with figures, finally realized a startling truth. Money, whether as cash account balances or any asset, is not wealth itself. It is merely symbols, agreements people make with each other, digital representations of an energy flow, invisible yet incredibly powerful. Money has value because we as humanity agree it does. It is a construct, a shared belief system, a matrix of collective thought. Nathan once believed that power lay in possessing and controlling those numbers. He had built a respectable career and accumulated considerable assets. Yet deep inside he still felt a vague unease, a sense like he was chasing something insubstantial. Until one day, after a profound meditation experience, a veil seemed to lift in his mind. He no longer saw money as a fixed entity, but as flowing, transforming currents of energy. He realized that the deeper truth lay in the infinite, abundant energy of the universe. When we stop seeing money as something to be strenuously pursued and begin to recognize it merely as energy manifesting through different forms, our relationship with abundance changes fundamentally and comprehensively. Truly wealthy people, those who live in peace and freedom, understand this secret. They play with money as a form of energy while others worship it as the ultimate reality. True power lies not in how many symbols of wealth you accumulate, but in your alignment with the very creative energy that birthed all abundance in the universe. The universe doesn't respond to the specific numbers in your bank account. The universe responds to your energy signature, to the vibrational frequency you emit. Therefore, it is time for us to change the central question in our quest for prosperity. Instead of constantly asking, how much money do I have? A question focused on illusion, on temporary symbols. Let us courageously ask ourselves, how aligned am I with the energy frequency of wealth? A question focused on essence, on the eternal energy flow. Those trapped in the illusion of numbers will struggle endlessly, trying to hold on to what is inherently ever-changing. Meanwhile, those awakened to this energetic truth have the ability to command the very invisible force that created wealth. The story of Evelyn, a talented painter, also illustrates this. Evelyn loved art with all her heart, but she always found it difficult to price her work or deal with financial matters. She viewed money as a worldly force, separate, even opposed to her lofty creative world. This inadvertently created resistance, an energetic barrier that hindered the financial flow to her. One day, Evelyn attended a course on the energy of creativity and prosperity. There she learned that money is not the enemy of art, but a materialized form of creative energy, a tool to support and expand artistic expression. Instead of seeing banknotes as lifeless paper, she was encouraged to feel them as currents of energy carrying blessings, recognition, and the capacity for exchange. Evelyn began to practice perceiving money as a flow, a companion. When receiving money from painting sales, she saw not just numbers, but felt the energy of appreciation from the buyer, and that energy in turn fueled her subsequent creations. When spending money on art supplies, she didn't feel a loss, but sensed it as an investment of energy into her passion. Her relationship with money became lighter, more joyful, and strangely, her artworks were received more enthusiastically, bringing in more abundant income than before. To be truly free and to master the flow of prosperity, we need to practice liberating ourselves from attachment to the material symbols of money and instead connect with the infinite energy they represent. Sacred practice for liberation from the financial matrix. Let go of attachment to material form. Find a quiet space, sit comfortably, and close your eyes. Breathe deeply and evenly. Visualize all your material possessions, cash, house, car, investments slowly dissolving, merging into a pure, radiant stream of light. Do not be afraid. Feel the lightness as the burden of temporary material ownership is lifted. Now feel yourself enveloped, bathed in waves of boundless, infinite, abundant energy. This energy has no specific form, yet it contains the potential of all things. This is true wealth. Affirm the truth of energy and intrinsic value. In this state of stillness and connection, silently affirm to yourself, I release all my attachment to money as the sole reality. I open myself to receive and merge with the infinite energy of wealth, flowing through all things, all phenomena. My true value is not measured by the numbers in my accounts, but by my alignment with the ocean of universal abundance, by the love I give and receive, by the creativity I express. I am an expression of energetic wealth. I am safe, I am abundant, I am free. Daily reminder of money's true nature. In daily life, whenever you handle money, conduct a financial transaction, or even just think about money, take a moment to tell yourself silently, this is not wealth. This is merely a symbol, a tool representing the endless flow of abundance circulating through me and through the world. I am grateful for this tool, but I am not dependent on it. I am the source of my prosperity. Abundant energy is always within me and around me. The result of this liberation is incredibly powerful. This practice will help you gradually dissolve the illusion of material scarcity that governs the subconscious of many, while still maintaining and strengthening your sacred power to attract and manifest unlimited abundance in every necessary form. You become free from the matrix of financial conditioning that society has imposed while learning to master the eternal flow of prosperity energy. You learn to navigate these currents wisely and joyfully without being trapped or limited by the temporary forms they may take. The core message, the soul message, that this chapter wishes to illuminate within you is awaken from the illusion that material money is the sole source or measure of wealth. Courageously recognize that money is merely a tool, a tangible symbol of a much greater, infinitely abundant energy, an energy that always exists and is readily available. By releasing your attachment to these symbols and instead focusing your entire mind and heart on aligning yourself with the energy frequency of universal wealth, you will not only find true freedom from financial limitations and anxieties, but also unlock the ability to master and direct the genuine flow of prosperity in your life. You are not just a recipient of wealth. You are its source, its very point of origin. Chapter 29. The Golden Seeds of Abundance. Nurturing the flow of perpetual expansion. Have you ever gazed upon a garden in springtime as life bursts forth from tiny seeds, stretching powerfully to then blossom and bear fruit, endlessly multiplying and spreading beauty? Your wealth, much like Alice's garden, is also designed to operate according to a sacred principle, the law of perpetual expansion. The ever-increasing prosperity in your life is not due to mere luck, but is the result of your understanding and living in harmony with this natural law, creating the conditions for abundance to flourish and spread. Alice loved the small garden behind her house. Every day she tended each flower bed, nurtured every seedling. Initially, the garden was quite modest. At times, Alice also felt anxious, wondering if this small patch of land was enough for her verdant aspirations to freely flourish. But then, through each flowering season, she noticed something miraculous. From a few initial blossoms, hundreds of new seeds were created, and the following season the garden became even more vibrant, more expansive. Vines sought to reach further, flower clusters seemed to want to multiply endlessly. Alice smiled. She understood that the nature of life is to always seek to expand, multiply, and spread beauty. She began to apply the lessons from her garden to her financial life. Every coin, every resource she had, no matter how small, she viewed as a fertile seed. Within that seed, she believed, lay the blueprint for infinite expansion. When she received an income, instead of just anxiously hoarding it for fear of lack, Alice set aside a portion to plant, perhaps by investing in a new skill, supporting a meaningful project, or simply spending on something that brought her joy and inspiration. She nurtured these financial seeds with positive expectation, gratitude, and an unwavering belief in their ability to flourish and multiply. And indeed, just as a carefully tended flower produces countless new seeds, Alice's resources also began to multiply, opening up new opportunities and flows she had never expected. Alice's story contrasts with Samuel's, a businessman who had once experienced a significant financial failure. After that shock, Samuel became extremely cautious, even fearful. He held on to what he had left very tightly, his mind always haunted by the risk of loss. His energy contracted, focusing on protecting the little he had rather than seeking growth. He dared not invest, dared not try new ideas. Unintentionally, he had erected stones of doubt and dams of fear, blocking the natural flow of prosperity. The default state of this vast universe is ceaseless growth and expansion. Only human doubt and fear can interrupt this natural flow. Like a clear stream, when allowed to flow freely, it gains more strength and spreads life. But if blocked, it becomes stagnant and confined. Wealth operates in the same way. Fortunately, Samuel met a wise mentor. This person showed him that even after storms, the sun always shines, and life always finds a way to revive and grow. The secret of those who not only achieve, but also sustain lasting prosperity even after failures or challenges, is that they always maintain an expansive energy. Instead of contracting out of fear, they understand that obstacles are only temporary and cannot stop the eternal flow of universal abundance. When receiving money or any resource, instead of clinging to it for fear of loss, they hold it with deep gratitude, while their minds always know that more is on its way. This very attitude of expecting perpetual increase attracted even greater abundance to them. Samuel began to practice changing his energy. He learned to see every income, however small, not as an endpoint, but as a sign of expansion. He started the sacred practice for perpetual expansion, to align yourself with the natural expansive flow of the universe and witness your prosperity grow ceaselessly. You can practice the following sacred rituals. They will help you nurture the seed of abundance within and activate the universe's natural law of increase. Sacred practice for perpetual expansion morning ritual, sowing seeds of prosperity. Each morning, take a coin or a bill. The denomination is less important than your intention. Place it in the palm of your hand. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply and feel the energy of that coin bill. Know that this is not just an inanimate object, but a symbol of prosperous energy. Now visualize this coin bill as a golden seed of infinite increase. See it begin to sprout in your palm, then grow into a mighty tree, with lush branches and leaves laden with shimmering golden fruit. Envision this tree of prosperity continuing to grow, spread and multiply endlessly, filling the space around you with the golden light of abundance. Affirming belief in perpetual increase. While holding the image of the expanding tree of prosperity, silently affirm with all your faith and gratitude, this money or this resource is a seed of perpetual increase. As I nurture it with faith, love, and gratitude, it will multiply ceaselessly, bringing me bountiful harvests. My wealth grows naturally, easily, and continuously, just as life always reaches out in the universe. What I have now is only the beginning of an endless flow of abundance coming to me. A declaration upon receiving any resource. Whenever you receive money, whether it's salary, a gift, unexpected income, or even finding a coin, pause for a moment. Instead of just putting it away, take a moment to connect with its energy and silently declare, "This is living proof of the law of perpetual expansion actively working in my life. I am grateful for this, and I know that more is always flowing towards me easily and naturally." Practicing these rituals regularly will help you activate the natural law of increase in your energy field. It ensures that your wealth will grow continuously and sustainably, like a garden tended by a dedicated gardener, always blossoming and bearing fruit. You will no longer be someone standing outside longing for prosperity, but will become an open conduit, allowing the infinite abundance of the universe to flow through and expand in your life without any resistance or fear holding you back. The core message, the soul message that this chapter wishes to plant in your heart is your wealth is designed to grow and expand naturally and ceaselessly, just like all life in this vast universe. By lovingly nurturing what you currently have, however small, with unwavering faith, deep gratitude, and a positive expectation of perpetual increase, you will gradually remove the barriers of fear and doubt. From there, you will fully merge with the natural expansive flow of the universe, becoming a co-creator, a conduit for infinite abundance to manifest and spread in your life and throughout the world around you. Chapter 30. The Endless Melody of Abundance, Maintaining the Prosperity Frequency to Live in Complete Joy and Peace. The journey to wealth is not a sprint race ending at a finish line. Many of us, even after achieving certain successes, may still carry an insidious fear of loss, much like Rebecca, the artist we've met in previous chapters. After her community art project achieved brilliant success and attracted much support, a new worry began to creep into Rebecca's mind. Can I sustain this? Could it all disappear like a dream? This fear, though invisible, was potent enough to diminish the joy of her accomplishments. The transformative truth that Rebecca, and indeed all of us, need to thoroughly grasp is this: wealth is not a static destination, but a vibrant energy frequency, a subtle melody that you must learn to harmonize with and maintain every single day. Just as a talented musician must constantly tune and keep their instrument in perfect pitch to create wonderful music, you too must tend to and nurture your wealth consciousness daily, so it always vibrates at the frequency of abundance and peace. Rebecca shared this concern with a venerable elder who had witnessed many of life's vicissitudes. The elder smiled kindly and said, "My dear child, the universe in its loving and generous nature never bestows wealth only to then cruelly take it away. It is human consciousness with its fears and limiting beliefs cultivated over generations that creates the illusion of loss. True wealth is a flow, and that flow is only interrupted when we ourselves build dams of fear." The elder's words liberated Rebecca from an invisible burden. She understood that the key to permanent prosperity lies not in achieving a specific number in a bank account or possessing a certain amount of assets. More important than anything is establishing and maintaining an unshakable connection with the frequency of abundance from within. Those who master this inner connection, those who live fully in prosperity consciousness, will never truly experience lack again, because external circumstances, no matter how they fluctuate, can never overwhelm a solid inner alignment. The story of James, a young tech entrepreneur, also attests to this. He had experienced a period of brilliant startup success, his assets growing rapidly. He thought he had reached the destination. But then an economic crisis struck and his company's value plummeted. James fell into a panic, feeling as though everything he had built was about to vanish. He had once viewed wealth as numbers, as tangible assets. In his desperation, James chanced upon a practice called the 30-day wealth frequency challenge. The idea of wealth as a frequency that needed to be tuned into and maintained appealed to him as it resonated with the principles of waves and signals he understood from his tech background. He decided to try it with a faint glimmer of hope. Each day, James diligently followed the steps of the challenge, morning declarations, affirmations whenever he interacted with money, and reviewing manifestations of abundance each evening. Gradually, a miraculous change occurred. The fear and panic within James subsided, replaced by a newfound calm and belief. He no longer looked at the declining numbers with despair, but focused on maintaining the frequency of abundance within himself. From that place of calm, creative ideas began to emerge. He found new directions for his company, attracting investors who saw the potential and steadfastness in him. James's company not only weathered the difficulties but grew stronger. He learned that true prosperity lies not in fluctuating numbers but in the conscious frequency he chose to live by, so that you can build and firmly establish this connection, making prosperity consciousness your natural essence and inseparable part of who you are. I introduce a sacred and powerful practice, the 30-day wealth frequency challenge. This is a disciplined commitment designed to strengthen and permanently seal this connection into the core of your being. Each day of the challenge will build upon the foundation of the previous day, gradually creating an unshakable foundation of wealth consciousness, helping it become your natural and easy state. Sacred practice for permanent prosperity. The 30-day wealth frequency challenge upon waking each morning. Before doing anything else, as soon as you open your eyes, place one or both hands on your heart center. Take a deep breath, feeling life pervade you. Smile and declare clearly with complete conviction, I am one with the infinite supply and love of the universe. Wealth in all its beautiful forms flows to and through me, naturally, easily, and continuously throughout this day. I am safe, I am provided for, I am abundance. Whenever you encounter or think about money during the day, whether you are spending, receiving money, checking an account balance, or simply thinking about financial matters, pause for a moment. Breathe and silently affirm in your mind, every financial experience is an opportunity to strengthen my connection with infinite abundance. I am grateful for this flow. I am a magnet for prosperity. Before sleeping each evening, dedicate a few minutes to quiet your mind and review the day that has passed. Identify at least 3 specific ways abundance manifested in your life that day. It could be an unexpected sum of money, a gift, a compliment, a new opportunity, a delicious meal, a moment of peace, or simply the air you breathe. Do not overlook the small things. For each manifestation, feel a deep and sincere gratitude from your heart. Say thank you, thank you, thank you for these blessings. On the last day of the challenge, day 30, ritual of permanent integration. Find a quiet space, light a candle, yellow or green if possible, symbolizing prosperity and growth. Sit quietly, gaze at the flame, and reflect on the 30-day journey. Feel the shift in your awareness and emotions. When you feel ready, place your hand on your heart and speak your truth from the depths of your soul with all solemnity and faith. Today, I consciously choose and seal this frequency of abundance as the permanent vibration of my being. Just as the sun never stops shining, as the ocean never runs dry, my prosperity consciousness is ever eternal, unshakable, and ever expanding. I am wealth, I am abundance, I am peace, and so it is. Sit in silence and feel this energy merging with every cell of your being. The result of diligent practice. This practice is not merely about manifesting more money or material possessions. More importantly, it will transform your very relationship with abundance, ensuring that feelings of scarcity and lack become foreign and find no place in your mind. Prosperity consciousness will take deep root, grow strong, and radiate into every aspect of your life, from health and relationships to creativity and joy of living. When prosperity consciousness becomes your natural state, your very essence, you will automatically align with opportunities synchronizing with the universe's abundant flow. You will no longer have to try to attract wealth. Your very presence with this new vibrational frequency will begin to magnetize prosperity, drawing abundance to you naturally and easily, just as the moon draws the tides. The core message, the soul message that this final chapter wishes to fully impart to you is, to achieve sustainable and permanent prosperity, you need to shift your focus from relentlessly pursuing external financial goals to diligently cultivating and maintaining a frequency of wealth, consciousness deep within. By committing to a disciplined and loving challenge like the 30-day Wealth Frequency Challenge, you have the power to reprogram your subconscious, firmly establish your sacred connection with the universe's infinite abundance, and make prosperity consciousness your natural, immutable essence. From there, wealth will become a continuous, easy, and joyful flow throughout your life. Believe, practice, and live fully in the endless melody of abundance. Conclusion: you are the wealth you have always sought. As you close the final pages of this book, I want you to carry with you a sacred truth, a core verity understood by masters of wisdom. Since ancient times, you are not separate from the wealth you seek. You and abundance are one. This vast universe did not create you to struggle or stress for survival. On the contrary, you were born to be a pure conduit through which the natural, abundant flow of life can pour into this world. The journey we have taken together, from exploring the power of the mind and the energy of your hands to healing inner barriers and merging with the dance of giving, was not intended to equip you with skills to hunt down wealth as some external force. Instead, it has been an earnest invitation, an encouragement for you to courageously turn within, to recognize and awaken the inherent power that lies within you, an unceasing connection to the ocean of universal abundance, an infinite treasury patiently awaiting your acknowledgement and acceptance. By now, the illusions of limitation, the false beliefs about money, have gradually been lifted like veils. You understand that money in all its forms, whether elegant banknotes, numbers dancing on a screen, or tangible assets, is not in itself true wealth. They are merely symbols, tools, visible currents of energy representing a far greater invisible force. And this energy always responds truthfully and precisely to your consciousness. When you vibrate at the frequency of abundance, of joy, gratitude, and worthiness, wealth has no choice but to manifest naturally and harmoniously in your reality. And here is the greatest discovery, the ultimate key that unlocks all doors to prosperity. You are the source, the power you once diligently sought in the outer world, the security you once yearned for. All of that has always resided fully and wholly within you. Every unexpected financial breakthrough, every blessing that seemed like luck, every manifestation of abundance you experience in life, all are natural currents originating from your alignment with the infinite treasury of wealth within, from your connection with your own sacred divine self. The universe never sets limits on what you can experience or possess. The only question the universe, through the whispers of life, ever gently asks you is, how much are you willing to open yourself to receive? There are no limits to the blessings, the opportunities, the resources that can flow through you when you stand fully in your power as a co-creator of your own abundance. Then you will witness a miracle. The universal laws of wealth creation will bend to your consciousness, reshaping reality to align with your highest vision and most beautiful aspirations. You do not need anyone's permission to be prosperous. You do not need any external validation to feel successful or worthy. The ancient masters who lived in deep harmony with universal laws all knew this wealth is your sacred heritage, your natural state, your birthright from the moment you were born into this generous universe. And now, as this journey of discovery concludes, it is also the moment a new, more radiant journey opens before you. We arrive at the ultimate recognition, the most precious jewel of all understanding. You no longer have to seek wealth anywhere. Because, dear friend, you are wealth manifesting through this unique, precious, and wonderful human form. Therefore, the final message, the deepest message, that the spirit of this book, and indeed the voice from the depths of my heart, wishes to fully impart to you is, stop diligently seeking wealth in the outer world. Courageously turn within, quiet your soul to realize a great truth that has always been there waiting for your discovery. You inherently are wealth. You are the source of all prosperity in your life. The entire universe, with all its wondrous laws and unconditional love, is always ready and joyfully willing to support you in expressing abundance in its most radiant and complete form as soon as you accept and decide to live from this sacred, naturally wealthy essence of your being. Unlimited prosperity is not something you must struggle to achieve. It is something you allow to flow easily, naturally, and joyfully once you realize that you are it. May you, from this day forward and forevermore, live in this profound and powerful awareness. May each of your days be a symphony of joy, gratitude, peace, and infinite abundance. Remember, you are a magnificent being, a unique expression of the Creator, and you are utterly deserving of all the best things this universe has, is, and will always generously offer. Walk in the light of your inner truth, live in unconditional love, and manifest your true wealth into this world, because you are that, with all love and faith in your infinite prosperity.